Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our August 26, 2025 Longmont City Council regular session. This session can be viewed at our city's YouTube channel and also at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or at Comcast channels 8 or 880. May we have the roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Peck.
Here.
Councilmember Christ. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Ferring.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy. Present. Councilmember Popkin. Present. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. May we stand for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard, and you must provide your address and on the sign-up sheet before the meeting. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you're asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. And anyone may speak during the last call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. May I have a motion, please, to move the August 12th, 2025 minutes?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Is there any discussion or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, let's vote. You will not be able to see them live streamed or posted on the screen, so I'll just call out the vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Do we have any agenda items, revisions, or?
I don't have any revisions, Mayor.
Thank you. Do councilors have any items they would like to put on future agendas? Councilor McCoy. Boy, it's a great way to start, isn't it?
I'm honored.
Councilor Popkin.
An agenda revision, actually, I wanted to bring up at the request of staff. I wanted to motion, actually, before I make a motion, I wanted to clarify, I heard from staff that there was an interest in not retabling technically, but like shifting the date we consider the sit-lie ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, Council, and Eugene's going to jump in and help me with this as well. The council, when they tabled the ordinance, actually gave us a date certain to bring this back, and which is today.
Yeah.
In trying to schedule some of the public outreach that you talked about, public safety chief artists and public safety chief staff were able to meet with Hope and some of the other groups. The group that they couldn't get scheduled is actually the business community. For different reasons, and so that meeting was scheduled later, and so we're requesting that we move this to a future date so that we can have all the feedback that council requested. Typically staff would remove this, but because it was date certain,
Sure.
motion by council, we had to bring it on that date.
Sure, I appreciate that. Eugene, is there anything you wanted to clarify as well on this process?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So it was tabled today. So to take action on it, you'd have to make a motion to remove it from the table or take it off the table. Then it'll be transported back in time to when it was tabled. I think staff is suggesting September 23rd would be a good time to bring this back. You can make a motion to continue this until that date.
So can I have a motion on ordinance 10A? Well, actually, I'm going to make a motion to pull from the table motion 10A. It is a bill for an ordinance amending the Title 10 of the Longmont Municipal Code for sitting or lying down in commercial districts. We need to move this, table it, pull it off the agenda, and then make another motion to continue this until September 23rd. So my motion is to pull it off the agenda tonight. Yeah. to
Mayor, my
untable it.
impression, pardon me if I might, it was that when we got to that item, we would take
That's
these
what I
actions
thought, yeah.
instead of under agenda revisions.
So the reason I brought it up is because, yes, that would be the case if we followed the normal agenda, but I think there are people here that wanted to speak, and if we're going to not discuss it and vote on it tonight, I think it would only be courteous to pull it at a minimum signal that we're going to do that, so people can leave if they want to.
Don, excuse me, do we have the list of people signed up to speak?
Commander Moore just went to get it for me,
Okay.
kindly.
Let's see
Thank
if
you.
somebody signed up for this before we move further. Is this confusing enough for everybody?
It's fine.
We just found out that we are going to pull this off of the agenda to table it, untable it.
It's not. We just want to make sure that people are clear about what we're going to do tonight.
So Mayor, it looks like there is one person signed up, pardon me, on 10A.
Okay. So when we get to 10A, we are going to untable this and put it on a future agenda. So if you are here to speak on it, you might want to wait until we bring it back on September 23rd.
Okay. If that's the process we should follow, fine. I don't know why we would just reorder the agenda, take it off the table, move it, and then get on with the agenda, but that's fine. Thank you. That's what I wanted to ask about right now.
Okay, moving on. We do not have any special reports and presentations, but do we have any city manager's report?
Report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. So we're now at first call, public invited to be heard, and the list is coming down. So the first person on our list is Sharon O'Leary.
Sharon O'Leary, 534 Emery Street. I'm here again tonight about the closure of Fifth Avenue in Atwood. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Popkin for sending an email with the backstory of the closure from the city. Although it contains some good information, it more closely resembles historical fiction. Regardless, at multiple points throughout the many-year process, changes could have been made to meet the city's goal. For example, the city's transportation mobility plan, which prioritizes safety and accessibility, that Longmont overall for options for people walking, biking, and taking transit, while assuring that Longmont overall transportation system is safe. City employee and city councils also could have adjusted the plan and aligned it with Vision Zero, which states it's a strategy being used around the world to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries while also increasing safe and equitable transportation options. The city of Longmont adopted that in 2023. Closing off another street in a residential neighborhood, which already has 2 permanent closures and 1 intermittent closure, is an accident waiting to happen. Who will be the first victim of their inability? Who will be our first victim of Longmont's inability to walk the talk? Never at any point was it determined to be permanently closed to pedestrians and cyclists. I can assure you some child will decide to cross the tracks rather than walk down to 4th or 6th Avenue. Will it be now then Vision 1? I guarantee that this would have never been the decision if it was on the west side of Main Street. In fact, that was the root of the problem. I had problems with my computer, but the goals were that 4th and 3rd Avenue would definitely have a 4-quadrant crossing. 6th, 5th, and 4th Avenue would be a closure or a quadrant gate, but nothing definitive, and they were getting public feedback. Never was an option that they could all stay open. And you know why? Because that was that 2-for-1 trade with the railroad that now fictitiously has disappeared. But that is why it was always there, because they had to close one of the streets for the development, the transit center. So what I would like is, either way, I would like the city to send a video with the sound of what a 4-quadrant sounds like and looks like in action. What's the volume? Are there flashing lights? Has the city decided to create a quiet zone for the rest of the city, but not the actual neighborhood that it impacts it the most? I ask you, please, I don't want anyone to die, but someone will if you stick with this decision. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Sharon. Sherry Malloy.
Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Way. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm here to speak to item A under general business regarding the request for a variance to the 100-foot riparian protection setback along Dry Creek for additional development by Alta Vita Senior Housing. First and most importantly, I was very pleased the city employed the Sustainability Evaluation System, or SES tool, on this proposal. Doing so made for a more thorough environmental review. I highly recommend the same tool be used for the current and/or any future compost proposals. It's a helpful tool and took a lot of staff time to develop and has seldom, if ever before, been used. While applying the SES explored and addressed many important aspects of this proposal, there are a few things to mention for your consideration tonight. First, variance considerations should be a rare exception and very carefully deliberated before approving. The current 150 and 100-foot riparian protection setbacks established in Longmont's Wildlife Management Plan went through a very long and robust public process. This was approved by Council in 2019. One full meeting was devoted to protection of riparian corridors because they are so important. 90% of all wildlife depend on riparian areas for survival at some point in their lives. If we want wildlife to survive in and around Longmont, we must provide and protect habitat. According to Mac Kobza, Boulder County's senior wildlife biologist, setbacks should be a minimum of 300 feet. Therefore, the 150 and 100-foot setbacks are already very significant compromises. Why have protection setbacks if they can be ignored after jumping through some hoops? Specific to this proposal are two concerns that I garnered from reading the packet. One concern is the downwater impacts and pollution from development disturbances. These include runoff from machines, impervious surfaces, pet waste, stormwater, and oil and other contaminants from parking lots, such as antifreeze. The second concern is that the development plan has no mitigation for reducing light pollution relative to impacts on wildlife. I noticed there were no impact studies concerning lighting and wildlife movement along this corridor. Like all our waterways, Dry Creek is a wildlife movement corridor. Wildlife moves at night, so human disturbance and lighting are important things to study. Thank you for considering these comments and concerns as you make your determination this evening.
Thank you, Sherry. Sarah Monroe.
Hi there, I'm Sarah Morrow. As a subscribing member of Longmont Public Media and as a Longmont resident, I feel LPM merits support from the city too. LPM is where I've grown my local real estate business, performed original music, and expanded my social and my professional network. It's my third place where I've acquired skills that have boosted my confidence as an artist and as a professional. LPM consistently provides the following great things. Number one, training and education for entrepreneurs and community members in video editing software and in the use of high-end equipment like professional lights, cameras, drives, and microphones. Now, when I say training and education, I don't mean like a 1-hour tutorial on color correction, though that is an offering. I mean that an editor from Lucas Studios, as in George Lucas, as in like Star Wars, he holds frequent volunteer office hours so beginners can become proficient in DaVinci Resolve. His mission is intimidationless, useful media content creation skills for all. And he makes video production easy, hassle-free, and fun for anyone who wants to show up. I'm not sure that a general maker space could attract talent like him or attract individuals on the opposite end of that spectrum who have reservations about making their first Instagram reel the way that a media-only maker space can. Number two, LPM also hosts frequent events like movie nights, live music concerts that attract some of the finest talent in the area, trivia nights, talent shows, and extensions to already successful annual community events like the Winter Walkabout and Unity, most of which are free and really enriching. All of this is what brought me to LPM, but why I remain a member is number three, the people. The small, full-time staff and my fellow subscribing members are attentive, and they want me and my business to succeed. Despite the demands on countless other projects that are going on, no one ever says that they're too busy to hear my suggestions or that they don't have time for my little media crises. In short, LPM folks are competent, collaborative, and kind. I know you've already heard stories like mine in this room, but I just want to echo the importance of having access to local media makerspace that's quiet, safe, and affordable. And I want to repeat that we've got a really good thing going that already works. It works because it's been tweaked and refined by committed and smart members and by competent staff on a weekly basis for 7 years running. I've also borrowed hardware from LPM that I could never afford to own, and I've brought it with me on property walkthroughs, showings, recitals, on-site shoots, etc. And at LPM, I've created 38 episodes of my Property Time property show and my 38 teasers, about buying and selling and owning property in Longmont, which I like to think have been valuable. And in that same room, I've created 6 video auditions, both as a singer and an actor, and I've landed a paid role with my most recent monologue created there. So producing at this level never would have been possible without a dark, quiet, and affordable space that's full of high-quality gear and excellent personnel here at Longmont. Thanks for hearing me tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. Doug Kelly. Susan Foster has her address in Lyons. This is called. Okay, Susan, if you can give us your address in Longmont when you come up.
Good evening, I'm Susan Foster. My P.O. Box is in Lyons, and my address is undisclosed for privacy reasons.
Okay, when you're finished, you can give it to us on the sheet.
Not publicly, yeah. Okay, good evening, Mayor Peck and Longmont City Council. Okay, I'm Susan Foster, and Doe Kelly, Rosanna Jenny, and Linda Lee will be reading my words as well. I come before you this evening for the first time since I have moved here in 2021. You hear from me via email, but I have difficulty coming to any city council chambers because everything here is wireless, and that is something I must avoid due to several risks to my health. I am a medical writer, researcher, and longtime advocate on behalf of firefighters, urging safer working conditions for firefighters subjected to 24/7 radiation from cell towers on their stations. I organized a brain scan study of firefighters who were neurologically impaired by electromagnetic fields from a cell tower on their station. We found brain damage in all 6 men tested, and because of this study, the International Association of Firefighters passed Resolution 15 in 2004, calling for a moratorium on cell towers on fire stations. This study served as the basis for the California firefighters being granted an exception to the way firefighters are allowed to object to cell towers. This exception has been granted in every piece of legislation affecting firefighters in California since 2015. It was the first such health accommodation in the face of cell towers in the country. I have worked on telecommunications zoning ordinances since 2001, one of which went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and was upheld. I have worked with attorneys doing research and writing regarding the nexus between telecommunications and health, so I am knowledgeable about disability rights with respect to this technology. I applied this knowledge to my Americans with Disabilities Act accommodation request submitted in writing to Doug Spite, your ADA coordinator, in April. I'm asking to keep my analog meter because of the critical impact wireless technology can have on my damaged spinal nerves and my heart. I was denied on the basis I was not disabled. I was denied because Daryl Hahn of Longmont Power and Communications and Mr. Spite decided I only feared the technology. In response to this denial, I wrote a 12-page appeal dated July 1, brought in 5 experts, some national in stature. And my appeal hearing before hearing officer Brian Luther took place on August 13th, just 2 weeks ago. I received my denial letter from Mr. Luther this past Saturday, August 23rd. Apparently, may I just finish the sentence? In City Attorney Jamie Roth's mind and in hearing officer Brian Luther's opinion, I am still not disabled.
Thank you, Susan. Doe Kelly.
Okay, I'm Doe Kelly of Barberry Drive, and I'm going to be reading the second part for Susan Foster. And I'd like to say that after all of us speak, we also have this transcript available for any press that may be here tonight. In my appeals hearing on August the 13th, I was denied my top experts. Their brilliant science-filled letters were thrown out, and thus evidence could never be presented that the implanted metal inside my body heats in the presence of electromagnetic fields and RF radiation. Further excluded was testimony that heated metal can trigger another coronary spasm which can ultimately take my life. Please keep in mind, I never applied for accommodation based on EMR sensitivity. Yet that is why Mr. Luther denied my ADA appeal. Am I sensitive to this technology? Yes, I am. I spent too much time in fire stations with cell towers capturing firefighters' stories, many of whom had become sensitive to the technology because they were exposed 24/7. I applied for ADA accommodation not because of this sensitivity, but rather because of 2 major life functions that may be compromised following exposure to this technology. My central nervous system, which controls my mobility, and my cardiac function, which, when imperiled, can cost me my life. Mobility challenges and cardiac function are 2 major life functions the ADA recognizes for accommodation. Was that the buzzer?
No.
Under the requirements of ADA Title II, a person must be substantially limited in 1 or more major life activities. ADA requires public entities like cities to make reasonable accommodations when necessary for individuals with disabilities to participate fully in a city service, which LPC is, unless doing so would fundamentally alter the nature of the program or cause an undue burden. I've been advised by medical professionals that I must keep my analog meter to guard my mobility and my cardiac function. The retention of an analog meter is allowed in the following states: California, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Georgia, Hawaii, and Michigan. I'm sure you're wondering, why not accept an opt-out meter? Longmont Power and Communications tells you they are harmless. For people who are extremely sensitive, opt-out meters can present a significant problem because their sophisticated electronics produce EMFs that are conducted along the wiring and radiate throughout the home. This poses a risk to my central nervous system, to the nerves in my body that control mobility.
Thank you, Doe. Rosanna?
Yeah, I know. She didn't get the memo. Mhm. She just has to come down.
My name is Rosanna Jenny. I live at 1224 Venice Street in Longmont. I'm just continuing where Doe left off. I'll just reiterate the sentence before. This poses a risk to my central nervous system, to the nerves in my body that control mobility. I need everything going my way to stay out of a wheelchair. This also poses a risk to my heart because constant exposure will challenge the heart and make me more susceptible to another coronary spasm, which could take my life. At that August appeal hearing, 3 experts who could have overcome every objection to the ADA coordinator's June 4 denial, done in collaboration with LPC's Daryl Hahn, were excluded. 2 of the 3 experts were left waiting on Microsoft Teams for hours, never being allowed to testify. Their letters were removed from my evidence. City Attorney Jamie Roth objected to their presence. Hearing Officer Luther concurred, thereby eviscerating the substance of my appeal. Regarding my experts, you don't get any more qualified than Kent Chamberlain, PhD, president of the Environmental Health Trust. Dr. Chamberlain was going to testify the implanted metal I have from my tailbone to my jaws, partially captured on this image before you, will conduct, concentrate, and heat in the presence of electromagnetic fields. Cells adjacent to the metal, including nerve cells in my spine, can die. Mr. Tony Simmons, PE, electrical engineer, was going to testify that the tips of the screws will become the hottest point of all the implanted metal in my body. Notice the screws that are aimed toward my chest cavity, in other words, aimed toward my heart. Both were going to testify that in 2021, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the current RF guidelines do not protect the public from harmful effects of wireless radiation. That includes smart meters. So why did hearing Officer Luther deny their expertise in my ADA appeal? I believe he did so in order to win this appeal for the city at any cost. Your city code at 2.98.020 allows for rebuttal witnesses and a full and true disclosure of the facts. I was denied 3 of my witnesses. My due process rights and, most significantly, my state and federal disability rights were violated. Daryl Hahn, head of the Smart Meter program at LPC, contributed to the illegality of the hearing by testifying that he didn't like giving preferential treatment to people who have money, and if he accommodated me, it would be a slippery slope. Neither is a legal reason for denying an accommodation request.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Sure, thank you.
Linda Lee.
Okay. Leave this for her.
Hi, my name is Linda Lee. I live on Heirloom Way in Longmont. I'm going to continue for Susan. What I experienced was an extraordinarily biased hearing designed to fail by LPC's Daryl Hahn, City Attorney Jamie Roth, and Hearing Officer Brian Luther. This was a shameful yet perfectly choreographed kangaroo court threatening all of the appellants with power shutoffs, myself included. This past Saturday, August 23rd, when I received Hearing Officer Luther's denial letter, he wrote he was denying my appeal because her stated disability of EMR sensitivity is not recognized as a medical condition under the ADA. That's false. First, I did not apply for the ADA because I'm EMR sensitive. I applied because the technology interferes with neurological function, which translate to my mobility. Further, this technology can cause my heart to stop and my life to end. She's risking her life just being here tonight. Second, the ADA does not have a list of approved medical conditions. It's up to the doctor to state a patient is sufficiently disabled and needs accommodation. As for EMR sensitivity, I have news for city officials. The U.S. Access Board, the federal agency that advises the U.S. government on how to accommodate people, has, since 2002, that electromagnetic sensitivities is a recognized disability. The acceptance of EMR sensitivities was first published in the Federal Register 23 years ago. When the law is set aside, when state and federal disability rights are trampled, the City Council must step in to defend its residents and preserve their rights. Longmont needs to start reaching for where you lost your heart for humanity. When did it become acceptable in this city to disregard the rights of the disabled? Have you ever asked yourselves why you are doing this? In the name of protecting the climate, a goal she embraces. Aren't you forgetting human beings who live in a city under your charge should not be made to suffer in the process of achieving a noble goal? On behalf of myself and a handful of others who were wronged in these appeals, I ask you, 1, add an analog opt-out option as an amendment to the city code. 2, hire a completely independent legal investigator to determine the full extent of the due process violations by Longmont's Deputy City Attorney and the Hearing Officer Brian Luther. Thank you. This concludes Susan Foster's remarks.
Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome.
Karen Kroll?
Good evening, Mayor Peck and City Council members. I was going to, I'm Karen Krall and I live on Nelson Road. I was going to complete Susan's remarks if necessary, and since that's complete, I'm just going to share my own remarks.
Okay.
So my personal remarks are these. My longtime teacher, the late Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen master who was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize during the Vietnam War by Martin Luther King, encouraged me and his students to see the best in others and to give them the benefit of the doubt. He felt that suspicion was corrosive. I am not suspicious of you. I believe that your hearts are open. I believe that each of you has the purest of intentions, and that you chose to serve on City Council because you wanted to make a difference. I think that we all have just different information, different perceptions, different goals that we're looking, to different objectives. Although your intentions are pure, you may not have all the information that you need to make an informed decision on the topic of EMF sensitivity and the harmful effects of smart meters. I'm a psychotherapist of 22 years, and I'm very familiar with psychosomatic symptoms. Did I not have my own experience of EMF sensitivity and sensitivity to the smart meter that was put on the house that I used to live in, I might be inclined to believe that all the stuff that you're hearing from these people is psychosomatic. But in my experience, it's very physical and it's very harmful. And I encourage you to listen and to take action on the testimonies that you've heard here today, and also to read those 26 volumes of testimonies that Doe Kelly has talked about here. She brought one of those volumes at another city council meeting. So I just encourage you to keep informing yourselves and to make decisions. And in particular, on behalf of the Canaries, who are really feeling the effects and are being harmed by EMF sensitivity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gayendra Karki? I think I totally mispronounced that. I apologize.
Hello, my name is Gajendra, and I'm here at 557 High Point Drive. Today I'm here to speak about the two community park located at the Dry Creek Community Park and the Garden Acre Community Park. Those two park has cricket ground, and today I found that those two ground are controlled by a person named Manoj Gangwar, and he's not any part of the city member too. And we people, like other community city member, are not allowed to reserve those two ground and play cricket. And today we got a threat from him saying that no one is allowed to play in those two fields, and no one can allow to host any two tournaments. So I am here to see why those privileges given to him. Like I tried to speak to the park manager today, I didn't get hold with him. And I was trying to did some research on the website. Like every year, he got booked whole park every time. Like he controls those two park. Only he can allow to play. He's the authority for that two ground. Why? Why other city resident cannot go there and play the cricket or any other sports?
Thank you for your
thank you.
concern, and I see David Bell is he's making his way over. That is the gentleman you need to talk to.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. I would like to know that answer as well. Yeah. All of council would. Steve Altshuler.
Good evening. Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. So, why do we have federal, state, and local governments? In short, our governments are empowered to do for us what we as individuals are unable to do for ourselves. In our local cities, that includes maintaining a police department, fire departments, and even school systems. Nowhere in our national or state constitutions is there any provision for governments to provide low-income housing, free needles, free transportation, or even to have control over minimum wage levels. America is a republic. As such, elected officials are supposed to be a voice of the citizens, not to rule over the citizens. In 2022, the city's own survey had traffic, drug abuse, and homelessness as the three largest problems facing Longmont. In the past 3 years, hundreds, if not 2,000 to 3,000 new units have been built. This has only made traffic much worse. Minimum wage is not a city council concern. It is strictly an employee-employer concern. The city can help by helping businesses be more successful, then they can afford to pay more. Recently in Niwot, they had to go along with minimum wage because they were part of the Boulder city, and Boulder raised minimum wage. In short order, 5 businesses have closed due to the increases in salaries that they had to pay. Obviously, that makes more unemployed people. So it's not working the way they're trying to make you think it's going to work. If the city would reduce their own construction fees, then housing and rents would be 20% less expensive. Everybody would have a lot more money, and minimum wage would not be such a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker. Oh, there he is.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker. I live at 1750 Collier Street, Longmont, Colorado. Been a resident of Longmont for over 40 years now. I'd like to say today is National Women's Equity or Equality Day. Yes. National Got Checked Day. So all you women who are out there, make sure you get checked. National Web Mistress Day. National Cherry Popsicle Day, and of course today is also National Dog Day, and I miss all four of my dogs, so I hope anyone who has a dog goes ahead and spend a little time with them today. I'd also like to mention that my neighbor's sidewalk at 1800 Collier Street is horrible, and it's got 2-inch gaps on it, and it's all uneven like crazy, so that could be needing of some repair in the near future, if possible. Other than that,
Are you familiar with Service Works on our website?
no, I don't do
You
a
can
whole
put-
lot of web. I
You
don't
could
do a whole
put that,
lot of
you
web.
could put that in there and it would go directly to the right department.
Don't have a tower presently.
Okay.
So, if you could point me to someone. I'll get it. Okay. There we go.
See, Lance?
I know,
It's all
I just
good.
gotta mention it, and there you go. Thank you. And
By the
have a
way,
nice-
you look a lot better. Congratulations on your surgery. It looks like you're doing well.
I'm coming along very well, and thank you all for your support. I appreciate all of it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, seeing no one else on first call public invited to be heard, I will. Oh, you're at the very bottom. I didn't see you, Terry. Come on up. They're way down there.
I'm Terry Moore. I live at 3 Birdsville Place. Do you know what a grand jury is? Does anybody know what a grand jury is? Do you know the history of the grand juries? Okay, that's good. Constitution and the Founding Fathers, that was their first protector of our rights. And do you remember our rights? You know, from the Declaration of Independence, and I won't quote it here, I think you all know. I can. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that by, that, yeah, I lost it. I'm nervous. My apologies. Ever wonder why a felony crime must be heard by a grand jury? Have you ever wondered that?
We're not going to answer you.
I know.
Just keep going. No.
That's called a pregnant pause. It's used for an emphasis or emphasis, however you read it. There is what's called a pride cycle, and I'm familiar with it because I read in the Bible and other books that for my religion, and that is that people do well, and they end up getting prideful. And then they stop following our Heavenly Father, and they go downhill. And they stop following the laws, and they end up getting not necessarily punished, but they're not doing the things they need to do so that they can have a bounty again. And then from that, they decide, well, maybe we need to start listening again, and we start following the laws of our Heavenly Father. And so they do. And they start building it up, and then they get to a point where there's an abundance, and they follow, they've been following the laws, and
suddenly they have wealth and food and everything. I want you to know that there's a grand jury cycle. I just thought of this today. It's similar. People do things, and then the government is very aware of what's going on. And then things kind of go, people get relaxed, and they don't have to worry about coming to city council or serving in a grand jury or serving in a regular jury. And they start not worrying about the laws. And then things get worse. So people start talking. And if it stays bad long enough, grand juries come back. Grand juries are what would have taken care of Susan Foster long before it got that far.
Thank you. Zoe Galloway.
I got my pen. No, that's somebody else's pen.
Zoe Galloway. Because of housing discrimination, I'm not going to say my address right now. So I have experienced 370 days of homelessness because of the smart meter and Longmont Power and Communications' refusal to permit me my disability modification. It's been 319 days since Longmont Power and Communication told me I shouldn't live in a society because of my medical condition. 210 days since I reported this to the city. 210 days since the city did nothing. For $98, could have avoided 900 or 370 days of homelessness for me. I've been sleeping in my driveway, and it's been so hot this summer where I had nowhere to go. I've had to go to my hose and hose down my hair and my clothes and put ice packs on me because I had nowhere to be except my porch. But as of recently, the smart grid around my house from the smart meters have disabled me so much that I can no longer go within 15 feet of my house without developing paralysis on the right side of my body. Yet still, Longmont Power and Communications refuses to permit me any disability modification for my house. So I've come here to tell my public servants who are supposed to be working for us my emergency demand for relief. Within the next week, by the end of the week, my disability modification that I bought myself needs to be on my house. And this city needs to immediately stop all discriminatory surcharges on people with disability who need these, require these to prevent paralysis, just like me. And my third one for emergency relief is you need to change out my neighbors' meters and return them back to the AMR meters that they used to have because it's causing me health problems. At this point, I would like to point out that, put on the public record that Longmont Power Communications is in the room, and they heard this testimony and my demand for relief, and refusal to put this on my house at this point is egregious conduct of intentional discrimination of a protected class, electromagnetic radiation syndrome. And you have full awareness and full knowledge that this is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Now, seeing no one else on the list, I'll close first call public invited to be heard, and we will move on to our consent agenda. Dawn, would you mind reading the consent agenda into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on September 9th, 2025. Item 9A is ordinance 2025-51, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2025. 9B is Resolution 2025-46, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Colorado Department of Transportation for surface transportation block grant funding for the Safe Signals to School project. 9C is Resolution 2025-47, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an agreement between the City of Longmont and Blue Dog Properties LLC for purchase of a portion of the real property located at 1060 Boston Avenue for the Boston Avenue Connection Project. 9D is Resolution 2025-48, A resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an agreement between the City of Longmont and SHB LLC for the purchase of a portion of real property located at 1040 Boston Avenue for the Boston Avenue Connection Project. 9E is Resolution 2025-49, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Federal Aviation Administration for a grant concerning taxi lane reconstruction at the Vance Brand Municipal Airport. And 9F is approved 3 capital improvement program amendments.
Thank you, Dawn. I want to pull 9E. Are there any other counselors that want to pull things from our consent agenda? Seeing none other, I pass the consent agenda minus 9E.
I'll second.
Been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. The next thing on our agenda are ordinances on second reading and public hearing items. The first one is what we need to table, so can I have a motion to untable? Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez. As a matter of fact, do you want to make this motion? Sure. Okay.
Did you need a second?
No, we haven't made the motion.
I move to untable ordinance 2025-39.
Seconded. That motion was made by Councilor McCoy, seconded by by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Correct. And that passes unanimously. Now we need a motion to bring it back on the 23rd.
Mayor, did you want to do your one public hearing before you? I think that's the correct order
Okay, yes,
to allow the one speaker. I think you have one speaker signed
I
up.
do, and I see him sitting out there. So are there any comments? And I already asked Councilor Popkin.
Yeah, before we proceed with the public hearing, if we do the hearing now, does that basically remove the opportunity for that when it comes back from the table on the 23rd?
No.
Mayor and council, you can always reopen the public hearing and take more testimony.
Okay, thanks. I would want to make sure that we preserve that opportunity. Thank you.
Good point. So now I'll open up the public hearing on 2025-49. And I see that Paul Tiger has signed up for that.
This is the LLC, correct?
No, this is the sitting in line ordinance.
Yeah, that's what you put down, Paul. You signed up for the sitting or lying down in commercial districts.
Yes, I thought you were tabling that.
We untabled it so that you could make your comment, and then we will.
I'm
then-
having trouble hearing or thinking, whichever.
Well, I'm having trouble talking, so we're.
Paul Tiger, somewhere in Longmont.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, oh, and then there's the magical tones. As previously mentioned, I was a merchant on Main Street in Longmont. I was also a merchant on Nelson Road. I had some difficulties with people who are unhoused who were congregating outside my shop and behind my building. I would say that 90% of the folks were friendly and there wasn't an issue, and then there was some in where there was an issue. In fact, I was maced behind my building, but that is not the sidewalk, that's the alley. I was maced by an unhoused person. I was hoping that the city police officers would have some leeway to talk with folks that are occupying the sidewalk and loitering. And I think it's fairly simple. One of the things, though, that in contradicting or opposing, there have been other folks here who have advocating for a homeless or unhoused. And kind of, I used to live in Boulder, and there is definitely an animus against homeless people in Boulder. There isn't here. And I think that officers here are quite gentle. And I don't expect that, we're going to be rounding up the usual suspects and sending them to a work camp. I mean, this isn't Longmont. I mean, this is Longmont, and we are nice to each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to address this bill or this ordinance? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on 2025-49 and ask for a motion.
I move to continue to set date certain September 23rd.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy and seconded by Councilor Christ to move this resolution 2025-49 to a September 23rd regular meeting. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that carries unanimously. There will be public hearing at that time as well. The second one on our list, I'm sorry. 2025-46, it's a bill for an ordinance of the Council of the City of Longmont establishing the Longmont Tourism Improvement District. Do I have any comments from councilors? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on 2025-46. Is there but anyone in the chamber that would like to speak to this?
I think Sarah was saying that.
Oh, Sarah, okay.
Oh, you did? Okay.
She's good. Seeing no one that would like to speak to this, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a vote.
I move.
Or motion, I'm sorry.
I move. Ordinance 2025-46.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Popkin. Let's vote. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ opposing. The next one on our list is 2025-47, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2025. Are there any comments or questions from councilors on this bill? Seeing none, I'll open up public hearing for 2025-47. Is there anybody in the chamber that would like to address this? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2025-47.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Christ to move 2025-47, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Our next one is D, 2025-48. It's a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 2.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code on the limited liability company contributions under the Fair Campaign Practices Act. Are there any comments? Yes, Councilor McCoy. No, Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I think limiting contributions from businesses according to how much the owner, businesses and potential owners, having to add their contribution from both personal and business limits the voice of business in elections. I think that's a really bad move, especially after our comments with businesses last night, how they really need a better voice in the public arena. So I oppose this. And I would move that we, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'm in opposition to this.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I'm on the other side of that opinion because I feel that that we have to even the playing field, and that they're just because somebody has a business or has deep pockets and can create LLCs, they shouldn't have a disproportionate voice in our elections.
Thank you. Councillor Popkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Peck. I tend to agree with my neighbor to the right here, Mr. McCoy here. But I just want to ask Councilwoman Christ a question here. Suppose I had 10 LLCs. Thank you. I have done very well, hypothetically, for myself, and I have 10 LLCs. Does that mean I can contribute 11 times what a regular voter can contribute who doesn't have 10 LLCs? Because that would be the 10 businesses plus my own personal contribution. Because I still get a personal contribution in this as an LLC owner or as an LLC owner of 10 different places. So where does that stop? I think that's the intention here, and I'm just curious, what's the threshold for you?
Green always means go to me. Thank you, Mayor Peck. There are 8 different ways in which you can, under Fair Campaign Practices Act, contribute. So if you belong to other organizations under that act, you could contribute 9 times. And that could be, a teachers union or an association, say a pipe fitters association, or other types of groups of people coming together for combined effort. So why would we limit? I mean, if you have 9 different business concerns, you may be in 9 different industries. Shouldn't each industry have a voice in the election? And all of this is reported on campaign transactions, so people will be able to see who is supporting that candidate.
I appreciate the discussion. Just because it's reported doesn't mean it's reported as the individual to see who owns what LLC. It's not like it's Matthew Popkin LLC 1, Matthew Popkin LLC 2. And I think there's a bit of a false conflation here of if you're part of a larger union or a contribution, sure, there's influence from other organizations, just as there is if I have my 10 businesses in different trade associations too that are contributing to this. Everyone has opportunities to contribute financially and vocally, but the difference is an individual business contributing individually on behalf of an individual X number of times versus as part of a broader organization that is factoring in multiple perspectives. So I don't think it's a fair equivalency there to say that just because you have different business interests and can contribute from an individual standpoint, that's equivalent to being part of any kind of union, trade association, you name it. I just don't think those are parallel situations. Thank you.
Okay, so we got both perspectives. That's great. Seeing no one else on council, I'll open up the public hearing on 2025-48. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this?
I'm signed up. Paul Tiger, somewhere in Longmont. I was on the task force 10 years ago and then elections commission. The law that we're adopting, or code that we might be adopting this evening, comes from 2015 and 2017 state laws, which were adopted for statewide. And what it says is that there's no limitation. You can give, but you need to say who you are. It's about transparency. It doesn't block people from giving. I've had the discussion with members of staff of the city clerk's office and so on. So how many times can somebody give? I think actually they can probably give a lot of times. based through LLCs, but we see that that's transparent and that they put their name in there. What we then need, as the clerk would need, is a complaint from the public, from someone who says, hey, there's a person here who's given multiple times. Is that an issue?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that it is an issue. I'm just saying that you should. So if you want to advocate for someone for running for public office or giving to a campaign, why would you be a secret? What's secret? So that's really dark money. And I think I just want people here in my town, I don't care about the rest of the world, my town, and to say, hey, I'm supporting someone, and here's my money, and that's my voice. Yeah, money is voice. It is. So that's all I'm asking for here, and that's what I'm hoping that you're voting for here is transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to address this? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on 2025-48.
Ordinance 2025-48.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, to move 2025-48, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ opposing. 2025-49 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel SH9, the premises, to Nathan Thompson, tenant. Is there anyone on council that would like to comment or address this? Seeing no one, I'll open up the public hearing on E 2025-49. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion. I'll move 2025-49. And it's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. What do we have that's next? We have one more. 2025-50 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel SH10, the premises, to FB Hangar LLC, tenant. Is there anyone comments from council? He left. I know. Seeing no comments from or questions from council, I will open up the public hearing on 2025-50. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on 2025-50 and ask for a motion. I'll move 2025-50. Can I have a second? Second. So, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring seconded that. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. That is the end of our items on second hearing. It looks like we should probably take a break since we've been here since 5:30. So we'll take a break. To the pond. Who are we waiting for?
Oh, Sean, where's Sean? Oh,
We are now at the general business portion of our agenda. Oh, that's correct. So I pulled item 9E from the consent agenda. And this is a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Federal Aviation Administration for a grant concerning taxi lane reconstruction at the Vance Brand Airport. And the reason that I pulled it is that even though we're going after a grant assurance loan, we do not have the local match yet for that loan. And as the council is looking at a way of making our airport more sustainable and being able to figure out how we are going to generate income there with our first look at landing fees, I am going to ask that we table this, or I move to table this resolution until we've made a decision about the landing fees. That's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Is there any discussion? Councilor Popkin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Peck. I understand the spirit of your motion here. I first have a clarifying question for staff on this. So, this is through the Airport Improvement Program. It's a federal grant. Is there a deadline? And are we working in service of a deadline here that could render this a tabling thing, make this harder to navigate?
I can speak a little bit to this. Mayor, City Council, Leva Brown, Airport Manager. I know currently the deadline for this grant is very soon. It's within the next month or so. So this could potentially be an issue. I guess the question would be at that point, I'd need to reach out to the FAA and see what the possibility for an extension could be. I don't know the specifics on that.
We don't know what the deadline is.
The deadline for this particular one, if I recall correctly, is actually the 29th of this month.
Of August?
Yeah.
No.
So we got this pushed as quickly as forward as we could to the City Council. Now, I have been working with the FAA, and they had said that they will extend it a little bit for us, but I would have to have a further conversation with how far they would be willing or able to extend the grant after that.
So even the second reading deadline or even the second reading current timeline of September 9th was going to be past the original?
It was, and that had been talked about with the FAA to make sure that we were on the right page.
This is a resolution,
So there wouldn't even be a...
one reading.
No, but that had also been talked with about them in the conversations that I had.
Oh, the budget was on second reading for the airport budget would be on second reading for September 9th. And is that what the council comment is saying?
Yeah. Sandy, can you jump in? I think this is connected to
the match for the grant will be appropriated and added to the budget on September 9th.
Yes, and
Thank
Sarah's
you.
going to help me out in case I bungle this, but for the airport, the way that these matches are held is they're held in the fund balance until the grant is secured. And then once that's the case, so it's not that it's not budgeted or that there's no money for the match is there, it's in the fund balance, and then once the grant comes through, then we appropriate the money to be the match, and that appropriation is set for September 9th.
So I must have read it incorrectly in the council comm then.
So there is no budgeted match. That is true because we leave it in the fund balance. It doesn't mean that we don't have money. We just leave it in the fund balance until it's time to appropriate it for the grant.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Levi, did you say that the deadline was August 29th?
Yes, the 29th of this month, yes.
So, Assistant City Manager Cedar, when in the council comment it says it is not yet budgeted, does that mean because it hasn't been
Appropriated.
appropriated, so that's why it's not falling in. That's the operative word. Thank you.
That makes difference.
We'll be clearer about that next time.
I'm just glad we're clear about it now. Cool. Well, I would strongly encourage us to reject this motion and reconsider a different motion to move this forward. I think a 5% match situation for airport infrastructure improvements is a good trade-off here. So,
Levi, how soon can you ask the FAA for an extension? Will you find out that answer?
I mean, I could certainly start the conversation quickly. I'm not sure what they'll say in response, but I could send an email, the next day or so.
Okay.
Levi, can you turn off that mic over there?
oh, I just wanted to also make one more point on this topic, which is, I think what can sometimes get confusing with grant matches here is that this is helping us secure this other funding. It doesn't mean we can't consider other revenue sources for other needs that we have at the airport. And I do understand where, Mayor Peck, where you're coming from on this when we're thinking about how do we make sure that we are creating a sustainable financial model for the airport. Part of getting some of that infrastructure funding vis-a-vis these grant partnerships where we're only putting in 5% is kind of how we work up to that. But we do need a broader conversation, to your point, about kind of what is that more fiscal sustainability aspect.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion, but now everybody knows that I want that airport to start being profitable.
So I think
we're
we can.
looking at that.
If I can provide some context to
Yes.
this is, I think this is one of the issues that we've actually had historically at the airport where we have to accumulate funds in fund balance and then to actually provide the grant match. And so if you look historically at what we've done, when we put the water and the wastewater lines in, it took us a while to accrue the funds. And then we did it, and then you have to accrue funds again. And so when we look at, to your point, the capital expenses that are frankly needed there, and you look at the revenue stream, and we're going to go over this in detail as part of the budget process, what you'll find is it takes us a long time to accrue grant match. And so there is a need for additional funding at the airport in order to provide that grant match to do and look at other projects. So there's a funding challenge on that piece on the capital side. Is that correct, Sarah? Over time?
I'm sorry,
Okay, I think that's right. So one of the questions is if you had an opportunity to get a $7 million grant to build taxiways or electric service on the
Correct.
south side, our problem is the grant match.
Right.
To that piece, and that's an ongoing struggle that we've had at the airport. So it takes us time to build that. So to your point, if we're really looking at investments and how you want to approach it in the future of the airport, we do need to look at additional revenue streams.
Right, and that is the point I'm trying to make in public. So I withdraw my motion and move 9E 2025-49.
Second.
And that was seconded by Councilor Chris. Let's vote. I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. Councilor Popkin.
I was waiting until we made the next motion to make the final comment. Airport Manager Brown, I had one more question for you on this. So the airport improvement program can fund a variety of different things. What I would love to know is why. So this is what $567,000 grant. Presume with the match funds, we'd be basically at $600,000. Why is can you explain why the reconstruction of the taxi lane is the kind of optimal use of these grant funds when there are multiple purposes?
I can talk a little bit about that.
Great.
So on a yearly basis, we actually have what we call a CIP meeting, independent CIP meetings just with the airport, with the state, and with the federal government. So we actually have combined meetings together. And they come out and, as these are the individuals that are providing this grant money, they have very definite opinions on kind of what they think the best use for those grant dollars are. So it's kind of a negotiation process. I, as the airport manager, bring the things that we as a city feel are important. The FAA brings the things they feel are important. The state brings their pavement index calculations, their inspections, and the things that they feel are important. And we kind of all flesh it out in those meetings.
So you're saying the FAA, CDOT, and us all have a a sit down to discuss what we should prioritize at our airport?
Yep, we do.
And how much, like, how many options did we bring forward and say, like what was our, ranked preference of what should go for? Like, what did we put forward as our number one priority?
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because we've actually just started that process again for the next coming CIP meeting. So, for example, I just sat down with our airport engineers and I started laying out things that I thought was important. One of the things that I brought up to them was, of course, was the unleaded fuel transition. I said, hey, this is priority, and we need to bump this up. Another thing I brought up to him was I'd like to start talking about the changing the lights on the airfield from incandescent to LED. So let's start talking about that. So we've started kind of positioning what we would like potentially see those projects, and as we go into the meetings with the state and with the FAA, we'll start to kind of flesh out. They'll say, well, you have this need, okay, we understand you want that, we'll prioritize it here, and it just kind of goes back and forth like that.
And so is our priority based on our current airport master plan? Is it based on other preferences and programs? And where does the FAA come at this from? Like, where do the folks who don't manage our airport and see those issues on a day-to-day basis come from when they're saying, this is what we want you to spend $560,000?
It's kind of based on all that, but yes, kind of what you said, there's a focus on the master plan. So whenever we start these conversations, a lot of things usually draw back to that. It's like, oh, hey, here's what your master plan had out. Okay, here's the things that are still viable today. Here's the things that we need to pivot from. Here's the things that have popped up, which we really need to address. And it's a very open, kind of fluid conversation.
They're coming at this saying, this is what your master plan says, so this is what we want to fund?
Not necessarily. It's a little more flexible than that. They're not going to pull up that master plan and say, okay, here's what you got here. This is what we're going to go down. There is important things in that master plan to allow things to be fundable, as we will address when we do our master plan update and stuff like that. But it's a little more complex than just like a list straight from the master plan.
Okay. Okay.
It's a complex process.
No, I mean it's actually. I mean, I recognize that there's a process here, but it's not complex in that, like, we should have a set of priorities that we think are necessary.
Yeah.
Maybe they have some priorities too, but ideally they're mostly aligned because if I understand correctly, you maintain regular relationships and contact with CDOT and FAA.
And you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
So,
there's things as a city, as an airport, that we want to bring to it and we want to push
So
for.
is this what we're asking for on the taxi lane reconstruction? Is this our priority or someone else's?
This one is going to be a priority purely from the fact that the pavement index on this particular taxi lane is essentially 0. So it's end of life. It's kind of beyond end of life. So now we're reaching into points of passing inspection with the FAA, and we are obligated to maintain the airport to a certain standard. So they're definitely very concerned in making sure we get this pavement taken care of.
So the point, my history in this is that if the state DOT and the FAA are seeing safety issues in their mind or infrastructure issues, you can throw these other things out. They're going to draw you back into that core infrastructure in terms of funding it first, based on the pavement index and things like that. And it's also not uncommon when they know you have other infrastructure challenges. As money frees itself up, they'll go, hey, do you have a match for this? And it typically is that hardcore infrastructure piece that's related to that. And so that's typically where they'll pull you back very quickly into that side of the conversation.
And they pull us back and say, you have to do this because it's a safety issue or a physical infrastructure risk, or we'll throw this in on top because you also need to do this, and we recognize that, but we also, as an FAA, have a stated 2030 goal of switching all municipal aviation to unleaded fuels. So
typically they're going to go to the immediate infrastructure issues. And so if you have pavement that's at end of life or you have dangerous conditions, they're going to drive you to focus on that first.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're focusing on investing in our airport infrastructure. I want to make sure that we are also trying to really put our strongest foot forward in terms of our priority needs. And to Mayor Peck's intent, I think, and spirit of her comments before, we're grappling with what that is because there's so many, part of the reason I'm harping on this is because there's so many concerns that we're hearing from pilots, from residents across the community. And, I'm just not quite sure how reconstructing the taxi lane fits into that. I'm not saying it doesn't. We just don't have a sense of how that fits in. So I want us to get the funding that we need for our safe infrastructure. I just want to make sure that we're also pursuing priority infrastructure needs and priority improvements as we proceed. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Now we can vote on this. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're at general business. It's a resolution. The first one is 2025-50. A resolution of the Longmont City Council conditionally approving a riparian setback variance for the residences at Alta Vita. And I'm sure we have a presentation.
Okay. We ready?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Peck, members of council. Zach Blazik, Senior Environmental Planner, Development Services. Here this evening to present the residences at Alta Vita riparian setback variance. I'm just going to start by sharing that this is the first one of these that we've brought in front of the council. The riparian setback and that whole code and the process was set in 2019, and we haven't actually brought one of these projects before you until now. So this is the first applicant that has gone all the way through the process. So be kind to us. From a zoomed out perspective, this is Dry Creek number 1. Runs on the west side of town over by Ken Pratt and the mall. Control L. Thanks, Don. That's way better. Anyway, this is kind of the zoomed out. This is the big water body that we're looking at. In the code, LMC 1505020 F1 applies a 100-foot setback to all stream and creek corridors and riparian areas as defined in Chapter 1510, not listed in that section. This is one of the waterways that's not listed in that section, so the 100-foot setback is applied to anything that is touching that waterway. If anyone wants to come in and do development along that setback, they want to put any buildings and structures, accessory building structures, fences, walls, streets, access drives, parking areas, outdoor sales, display storage, and activity areas. They have to go through the following process. So again, we have an applicant, they're coming through, they want to do construction within that 100-foot setback area. This is the process that they have to go through. City Council, with a recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission, may reduce the setback if it determines that the setback is greater than necessary to protect stream and creek corridors, riparian areas, and wetlands. And that's the standard that you have to find that their application is met. As we zoom in, the property is 2475 Bent Way. Again, it's the residences at Alta Vita, which is a senior housing facility. The property is bound by Fordham Street on the west and Dry Creek Drive to the east, Bent Way to the north, and Dry Creek to the south. You can see the bike trail there. It is currently vacant land. It's about 17 acres. It's zoned mixed-use regional center and residential multifamily. There's a combination of both zone districts on the property. So again, the Alta Vita Senior Residences is an existing assisted living facility across Bentway to the north. I want to clarify that the future development, so the actual site plan, is not under review with this proposal. It's just the request for relief from the setback standard. So we used a concept plan that was provided by the applicant to make that evaluation and go through the whole process. Again, it's not the whole site plan, it's just the concept plan. The concept plan is pulled up. It's also attachment 4 in your packet. And I do apologize, this is converted over to a PDF, so it's kind of not the best picture, but if I walk you through it, the red line is the property line. The yellow lines that you see, the southernmost one is the edge of the riparian habitat. The northernmost is that distance 100 feet, showing the setback. And the blue line is the setback that has been requested by the applicant along the bike path. This is a variable setback. It's not set at any one direction. They're just saying, we want to be able to build up to the bike path. There is a specific set of review criteria for this application. It's different from the standard variance procedure. The applicant will speak to all of these criteria in their presentation. However, I do just want to highlight that the development has satisfactorily completed a sustainability evaluation system assessment. So that's the assessment by which staff use to complete their review. The applicant also goes through the process of completing their assessment and giving themselves a score, and then we kind of compare our scores at the end. But I did just want to highlight that they did go through that process. So again, they have to complete the sustainability evaluation. What it is a worksheet. It's an Excel spreadsheet. And again, it's a tool for staff and the applicant to evaluate impacts to ecological health, natural environment as part of the proposal. It's also designed to allow the applicant to explain their methods of mitigation from any anticipated impacts, provide analysis and context into site design choices, and basically tell us, here's how we think our project may impact riparian area, and here is how we're going to score ourselves on that. It applies an individual score to 17 different categories, which may apply to the site. We as a staff got together with representation from Planning and Development Services, Parks and Natural Resources, Public Works and Sustainability to also complete our own evaluation and provide our own score. A couple things I just want to note about this process. Not every category within the worksheet itself applies to every project. So each site is unique, right? Each application is evaluated against the SEAs, which with consideration of individual specific site context, and any site, even if it's two neighboring sites, could be eligible for their own unique score. I also want to note, per code, a positive score in the SES does not mandate or guarantee approval. So a positive score before you doesn't mean you have to vote yes. A negative score does not mandate or guarantee denial. So if you had a negative score in front of you, you wouldn't have to vote no either. This is just an example of what that worksheet looks like. In the left column, you have the category that we're evaluating. In the big middle column, you have the standard by which we're making that evaluation. In the next column to the right, you have, here is how it can be scored, whether it's 1 to 0 to -1, or however that category is laid out. The next column would be the score applied, and the final column would be any feedback that we had. Both of these, the staff and the applicant, have been included as attachments 3 and 4 in your packet as well. I'm not going to go through every single score that we had. I'll share that the final score for the applicant was 10 and the final score for the staff was 5. There were 5 categories where we had a different score between us. These were aquatic habitat, floodplain protection, ecological connectivity within the riparian area, nighttime noise levels, and the heat island effect. If you have questions about any of those, I'm happy to go over them, and the applicant is going to speak to them as well. But for now, again, applicant score of 10, staff score of 5 before you. This is the standard review criteria. Again, I just wanted to point out that for number 5, they did comply with the sustainability evaluation system requirements, and they did go through that whole process. As we collected neighbor feedback, no feedback was submitted during any of the neighborhood meeting, notice of application, public hearing before Planning Commission, and no neighbor input was submitted prior to this meeting. On July 16th, there was a hearing before Planning Commission for a recommendation. They approved with the condition that, or they voted to recommend approval with the condition, that a riparian setback of 50 feet measured from the northernmost edge of Dry Creek number 1 riparian habitat will be established. Just want to point out that this is different from what the applicant is asking for. The applicant will speak to their thoughts on the condition after I'm done presenting. As far as a staff recommendation, staff from planning do not actually provide a formal recommendation on these applications. Rather, you have the sustainability evaluation from both us and the applicant as a tool for you to consider your decision. With that, you have the following options. You can vote to approve the variance request as presented, vote to approve the variance request with conditions, or vote to deny the variance request. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant for their portion of the presentation.
Hi, Parker Macy, 8601 Nelson Road. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here before you tonight to request a riparian setback variance for the residences at Alta Vida. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the property and a little bit of history and context, and then I'm going to let Heather Houston with Birch Ecology and Joel Paz with Rocky Ridge fill in some of the more technical details. of what we're requesting tonight. So the first shot right here is just the last, I believe what Zach alluded to, the 17 acres of what we call the Hodge Farm. My grandfather bought this property in 1964, and we have been actively developing it for the last, let's just say, 3 decades or 30 years. So this was kind of the final piece of development that we have left at St. Vrain Center. And as you can see in the background, the first building to the west is our independent living facility. The building in the middle there is, we can't really see it, is assisted living, and then the other building closest to Fordham Street down there is our memory care. So the idea behind this entire parcel was to have a continuing care retirement community. And we kind of have been developing the buildings that were in most, had the highest demand and the most use, and kind of started out with the idea that we would have this entire development that would be an aging in place for seniors, where they would basically go from one building to another or one facility to another, and they would never have to leave the campus. And it's been a proven model that's been a really nice place for seniors to retire and to calm down, and with all of the shopping options that are close by and the access to everything. And that's kind of the background on where we're at and kind of how we got to here today. And let's see, I'm trying to run this. So as I alluded to, my father couldn't be here tonight, or my sister, but I have Heather and Joel here. This is another slide that I'm sure that you're pretty familiar with, but this is just outlining what we call Parcel G. And it's bordered on the east side by Dry Creek Drive, Fordham Street's on the west side, and then Bentway is on the north side, and the Dry Creek number 1 is on the south side of the property. I think this is important for everybody to see, because this provides some context as to kind of how long we've been working on this entire master plan. As you can see, this was done around December 17th, 2008, but I can tell you that we have been working on that previous to 2008 by some time. But at this point in 2008, this is what we came into the city with, our master plan at the time, with what we thought would be probable for how we would like to develop the entire site. And as you can see there, it's been pretty close to what the north half is almost exactly what is there today with those 3 buildings, and the south half, that's changed a little bit, but everything basically kind of had come down to the sidewalk. Prior to 2008, we worked with PRPA in the city and gave PRPA an easement for their 250 kV line through the site. And as a part of that agreement, we decided that working with the city and the then their landscape operational, Steve Ransweiler, to put the sidewalk over the PRPA high-speed, power line, and in return for that north edge of the sidewalk was going to be the property line. And that's kind of the history of where everything has been since previous to 2008. So those are the assumptions that we've always worked off of what we're trying to do with everything. And so moving forward to present day, to today, 17, almost call it 18 years later now, we've had this riparian setback issue come up a couple years ago. And as you can see, basically just cut all of the parcels down substantially, and especially Tract A and Tract B. Pretty much undevelopable at this point with where the riparian setback stands. And this is just to further illustrate the point of when we started putting some buildings and some ideas and some concepts to give everybody an idea of how much land we were going to lose and what we wouldn't be able to do to build the entire campus out. And the reason it's important is because we had townhouses and row houses and condominiums and townhouses on tracks A and B as a part of less intense use where people could walk further. I mean, they're more mobile. They don't have to be as close to the grocery store and things like that. And that's part of the overall idea with the continuing care community, is to have a whole level of housing, as I mentioned before, from townhouses, row houses, and condos, all the way to independent living, to assisted living, to a memory care facility. So we have all types of housing available for seniors. Currently, we have a wait list at our independent building, which is the newest building, which is right north of Track C there. We have a waiting list of 76 people. And we've had a waiting list for that building for a long time, ever since we built it. So that's the reason we started working on Track D with another similar type facility, so we could fulfill that need. And in doing so, with that, through that process, we've come through to this, and have basically just been kind of hamstrung as to getting any further along, because not knowing what would happen with this, and not wanting to do anything further until we got this issue settled. And so that's kind of where we find ourselves today, and that's why we're asking for the variance. This last slide is just a variance language from your code, and it says I think the important sentence is variances address extraordinary, exceptional, or unique situations that were not caused by the applicant's acts or omissions. And so with that, I'd like to conclude my speech, and I'll have Heather come up, and she can give you all the technical details for the application.
Hi, I'm Heather Houston from Birch Ecology, and I'm not only the president and senior ecologist, but I'm also a resident of Longmont. I've lived here 21 years, over in the Renaissance, and I like to ride my bike on that bike path regularly, and I know the area well. I shop at King Soopers, I bank over at Elevations, and so being an ecologist and kind of having this be my community gives me a different perspective that I think is kind of unique and valuable in evaluating this. So this is showing a few of the supporting studies. We were brought onto the project team in 2024, and we prepared a riparian habitat assessment and evaluation of the setback. That's really to facilitate some site-specific evaluation of what's really going on this particular property. We had a cover memo that we discussed even further, some of the criteria, and then the SES worksheet that Joel helped me fill out, Joel Paz from Rocky Ridge Civil Engineering. And then through our review processes, we developed some more detailed parts of our submittal, which were the landscape plan and the concept stormwater conveyance and water quality management plan. And then there's also been a general ecological service resources survey completed that talked about the habitat types as well. So my talk is going to be broken down in kind of 4 parts. I'm going to try to go through this faster than I did with the last presentation and distill more of it down. But I've kept the detail in my other slides in the back, so if there's anything you want to dive into, I still have all the information, but I'm going to try to, I know you guys have a long night ahead, so try to hit the main points to help you evaluate the decision. So I'm going to start off with the existing and proposed conditions. And one of the things I want to say here is that the landscape context is really important. It affects what species are there, it affects the potential impacts, and we should really be considering the big picture when we're thinking about these setbacks and how we apply them. So this is the Dry Creek corridor to the west of the project site between Airport Road and Fordham. You can see a lot of development around the creek. And then if we look to the east, there's the mall, there's Hover, and east of the property on east of Hover, there's a concrete line channel. And that really affects the habitat quality and the species that are present in this type of area. And here's a picture of that channel. I'm sure you've seen it. So this is important because this affects the species that are present and how they may or may not be there because of areas that are connected or not connected. So here's our first slide again with the drone shot, and you can see the riparian corridor of Dry Creek #1 on the left side, the bike path kind of going down the middle. The proposed development area is those mowed fields with alfalfa. And then you see Alta Vida across Bentway on the right side, and you see the Max Tech Center on the left side of the picture. So again, this slide shows the existing condition. We drew in the yellow solid line that's the edge of the riparian habitat and then did a 100-foot offset in AutoCAD. And one of the main points about this is that north of the bike path, all that you see in there is weeds and alfalfa. There's not really any native plant communities in that area. And so this is what we see along the creek. Most of these trees are on the south side of the creek. This is one of the better areas. And looking back towards the east, you can see there's not as many shrubs and trees. There's some gaps. And then this is kind of what you really see when you're there. This is where the trees are closest to the bike path, closer to the west side. But there's a really distinct dividing line that exists along that bike path. And so here's some of the area. This is what it looks like within those 100 feet on the north side of the bike path. It's weeds and a little bit of alfalfa. And then this is looking to the south. Those green bushy plants are the alfalfa. This gets mowed. It's not irrigated. And then you also see things like this, you know, some rocks and things from past disturbances. And so again, back to this slide, the bike path makes a really distinct boundary between the two areas, and all the good stuff's on the south side. And so this circle here shows an area that doesn't have a lot of trees and shrubs, and this is an example of one of the areas that we'd like to try to improve, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. But the slide says there that this is riparian habitat for urban adapted species. That's important to think about. So what are urban adapted species? These are the animals that are tolerant of or they've adapted to life in urban areas. And so common examples we see around Longmont are raccoons, Canada geese, squirrels, skunks, red foxes, rabbits. Some of these species are listed in the Longmont Wildlife Management Plan as they could become a potential nuisance, and there's protocols in there for what do we do if they do become a nuisance. But the point being is these species are not particularly sensitive, and so they're able to live in urban areas. And also, many of these species actually benefit from the human-provided food sources and shelter, such as squirrels and raccoons. So looking at this, this shows where we're proposing the setback to be on the north side of the bike path. And this is not an arbitrary line. It demarcates the transition in habitat quality. And so here, this is the concept plan with the stormwater conveyance and water quality management plan that Joel has developed. And I want to say, there's a lot more detail that's going to come into us as site planning moves forward. We have a grading plan. We can develop a lot more of this plan. But some of the things that we want to point out are the water quality features that incorporate low impact design principles. We've got a detention or a stormwater quality pond with infiltration rain gardens in it, and those are designed to have the runoff soak into the ground instead of just going right into the creek, so it protects water quality. Bioswales are a place where you run water through a vegetated area, and so that helps to filter and clean the water and it removes sediments. And so it's a more modern way to treat stormwater that's designed to mitigate potential impacts from developments. And I'll just point out the contrast to the Max Tech Center on the south side. You see a lot of concrete there, and that's kind of like the old way of doing things that, that's different than what we're proposing today. This shows the conceptual landscape plan. Here we're just focusing on the 100-foot setback area, both north and south of the bike path. And our thoughts here are that we can plant additional native trees and shrubs and incorporate pollinator gardens in ways that are going to enhance the habitat over what it is today, because there's no native trees and shrubs on the north side of the bike path, no native plant communities. We think we can create a win-win situation by enhancing the habitat and providing the needed senior housing in this area. So that pink oval is a pollinator garden. The blue area is one of the rain garden and stormwater areas, and we're proposing native seed mix in there with pollinator-friendly plants. Then as you move a little bit farther to the east, there's more room to work with. We've got native cottonwood trees and willows on the south side, as well as a bunch of shrubs. And then moving over to the eastern side, you can see most of what's within the setback that exists today is going to be native landscaping in the stormwater pond. So this plan shows 21 native trees and another 154 native shrubs, so 175 of those going north and south of the bike path. And this can improve conditions over how it is today. So now I'll go into the setback review criteria. And Zach already went over this. There's a procedure for how you look at reducing the setbacks of a riparian area if it's greater than necessary to protect the stream and creek corridors, riparian areas, and wetlands. And so the SCS worksheet, we know this is a new tool, but I think that it can be really useful. It was a little bit tricky for us to navigate at first, but we're getting the hang of it, and we know that there's a few kinks to be worked out. But the point of this is it's a way for you all to make informed land use decisions. Setbacks are an important good thing to have, but I think we should be considering what's inside the setback and where is the area. Because we know there's areas of Longmont where the setback is mostly asphalt, especially along St. Vrain Creek. And I think it would be a mistake to draw a hard line in the sand and prevent someone from redeveloping these areas where it's mostly asphalt, where the conditions can be actually made better than they are today. So I would ask you to just think of that in the big, broad context of, let's look at the site-specific conditions and how do we apply these setbacks? How do we think about mitigation measures and what the true impacts are? All these areas are not created equal, right? If we were out east of town and there was beautiful native vegetation within the whole 100 feet or 150 feet, it makes a lot more sense to try to save that, right? But if it already doesn't exist there, what are we saving within that setback, and how can we really think about creating informed decisions? I think the SES is a tool that lets us look at, like I said, the site-specific conditions, the potential adverse impacts given the surrounding land uses, and also the effectiveness of the mitigation measures for that property. So, you know, the city's wildlife management plan does acknowledge some of these issues. It talks about the importance of the surrounding land uses for determining habitat quality. And it says even the best habitat is of limited value if it's surrounded by intensive human use. So what is this property? It's surrounded by intensive human use. And it does have some nice area along the creek, but it's cut off from other habitats. And then I just want to say a little bit like, what is habitat connectivity? It refers to the degree that wildlife can move between patches of habitat. And fragmentation is kind of the opposite. It's when the connections are severed, wildlife movements are impeded, and this is a common condition in developed environments. And again, the Longmont Wildlife Plan talks about fragmentation, and it says, it acknowledges that riparian habitats through town are fragmented, and that bridges, roads, and culverts create breaks that can be detrimental to wildlife movement, and that gaps in the cover of riparian trees and shrubs impair wildlife movements and reduce habitat quality. So that affects what species are present. But to me, it also says the flip side of, hey, all of those trees and shrubs we want to plant in that conceptual landscape plan, we want to fill in those gaps of riparian trees and shrubs and make it better along that creek for those species that do live there. So again, here's this picture again. All right, and so this is the land setting. So when you look at it, what's inside that red boundary is surrounded by a lot of other developments. That doesn't mean it has no value. Of course it has value, but the animals that are there, it's not a Canada lynx, right? I mean, it's species that are urban adapted species that can already exist in this developed landscape. And so if we go to the SES worksheet, we did have a score of 10 on our revised submittal. However, we actually gave ourselves a 9 because we didn't understand the scoring on one of the criteria for floodplains. So we would have actually given ourselves a 9 now that we understood it better. Staff agrees in most areas, and they gave us a +5, which a very good score is what they had said before. And, you know, this wasn't clearly said before, but the way the scoring is set up is 0 is meant to be kind of neutral conditions to how it is today. Positive scores are supposed to show, well, you can make some enhancements to the existing condition. And negative scores show that it could be detrimental. And that's kind of how the system is set up. It's easier to see that if you read all the fine print of the 17 criteria, but we're not going to belabor all of those things. But I got them at the back of my slideshow. So here's the, you know, we agreed on all of these. And I moved floodplain into this one once I understood better the scoring. It was a difference, like we couldn't score 2 points because there's not already a building in the 100-year floodplain. So we only got 1 point. That was the difference on that one. But we had differences in scoring on aquatic habitat, ecological connectivity, nighttime noise levels, and the heat island effect. So I'll just talk about those a little bit. And I will say that most of the differences stem from our focus on the surrounding land uses and existing impacts that already limit habitat quality. And that's particularly true for the first 3 of those. So for aquatic habitat, I'm not going to read you all this fine print. We gave a 0, staff gave a -1. We thought that it was going to maintain existing conditions. So I will just say we're going to follow all of the stormwater regulations. The project incorporates low impact design principles to protect water quality, like the bioswales and rain gardens, to infiltrate runoff, make it soak into the ground where it can be filtered rather than just running right off. And so for us, that we're saying the project should not have a significant adverse impact on the aquatic habitat of Dry Creek. It's already impaired by surrounding developments, but also we're going to follow these regulations. And so it's not some pristine alpine lake. You know, it's already in this developed environment, and it's going to have these more modern stormwater features that are designed to protect water quality. So we say it's not going to have a significant adverse impact on the creek. Versus staff was saying, no matter what you do, there will be an impact, and you can't gain any points for the stormwater mitigation, which to me it doesn't make sense because it's dinging us for the impact but not giving us credit for the mitigation, so, which is not true on the other scoring criteria. So this one just doesn't quite make sense to me. Ecological connectivity, I've spoke of that one a little bit already, and we talked a little bit about what it means. So to us, you know, really the most important thing for these animals is moving parallel along the creek corridor. And so whenever you make a crossing that's perpendicular to that, that's fragmentation and you're chopping it up, and that's more impactful to animals. But this project is not going to create any more crossings. It's already chopped at the 2 ends. We're not crossing it anywhere. And in fact, we would establish additional native woody vegetation both north and south of the bike path. And I want to emphasize the important area is south of the bike path, because the wildlife would not typically use the area north of the bike path to travel between habitats because it's exposed and there's no place to hide. Where they really want to be is down by the trees and shrubs where there's cover. And that's even that point that was acknowledged in the wildlife management plan, right? It talks about gaps in the vegetation. So to us, you know, putting buildings on the north side of the bike path within the 100 feet isn't going to negatively impact wildlife because that's not the important area to them. But yet we can still make it better by adding more trees and shrubs up there and native vegetation. So for the urban adapted species that do live there, we're going to support them more. So again, I already kind of stated the last point in different words, but the project for the species that are likely to occur within the developed surroundings, the project will not have a significant adverse impact on habitat connectivity. And here's our picture again to just kind of remind you what I'm talking about. So animals that are traveling, they want to be going along the creek, you know, east-west. And where they're going to do it is down where there's bushes and trees and things to hide and water. Nighttime noise levels. I told you I like to ride my bike there. I like to ride my bike out to dinner and I ride back at night. And going through this area, there's a couple things you notice when you go through there at night. Number one is the senior living facility that's existing does not make noise. They're quiet. It's evening. And we don't have a acoustic study to say that, but I mean, it's not a big stretch. But the other thing that you notice is the existing ambient noise environment, which means it's already noisy because you can hear the Diagonal Highway, you can hear Hover, you can hear Dry Creek, and you can hear the cars and traffic noise on there. And there's also fans over at the Max Tech Center that run that you can hear. And so why is this important? Well, because it's already noisy. And so if there were species that were super sensitive to noise, they're already not there. And so we're saying that this project's not going to have a significant adverse impact on the ambient noise environment of the creek because it's already noisy and the seniors are not going to be making a bunch of additional noise that's going to degrade the habitat value. And the heat island effect. This is one where I think we have the opportunity to score more points when we have a full landscape plan. We scored it a 0 and staff gave -1. So what we're saying here, they're going to develop the existing agricultural fields and that'll increase areas of heat retention when you have, you know, asphalt or paved areas. However, they have done their best to reduce the amount of asphalt, moving some of the parking below the living spaces and having enclosed garages for some of the areas. And we're also going to be adding more trees and shrubs to increase shading because you could see in that picture I showed you, there's no trees and shrubs on the north side now. And we want to add more shading along the bike path as well. And it will make it a nicer place for users of the bike path also. When the full landscape plan is developed, that would show the locations of trees that would be planted around the parking areas and shading that would be provided there. And that could achieve additional scoring, but it's too soon to really have those plans developed yet because we don't know, you know, a lot of things about how the project's going to shake out. We do know that they plan to use a light color palette and a portion of the roof where the equipment's going to be located will be white. And so we scored a 0 for the net change. Staff scored -1. Not a big difference on these. So in the end, +9 and +5. And you can see what my view was, why I thought we deserved a couple more points in those areas. And there are, but we both say it's good, and we're showing that there can be a net positive in what we're proposing over the existing condition. So that's the first criterion. And I'm hoping that I've kind of, with the discussion we've already gone through, set up these other ones, you know, so it's doesn't have to be as detailed. But The second one is whether or not the project is going to preserve or enhance the ecological character and function and wildlife use of the natural habitat and minimize and mitigate the impacts. And so again, I say here the landscape context matters. The native habitat is limited to the creek corridor south of the bike path, and the surrounding developments and concrete-lined channel downstream of Hover reduce the wildlife habitat value and use of the site, and that it supports primarily urban adapted species that can coexist with humans. And so the proposed landscape improvements would widen the riparian corridor by adding more native trees and shrubs, both north and south of the bike path. And this represents an improvement over the existing condition. And I should also say, you know, there's Russian olive trees along that corridor too, which are a state-listed noxious weed. And part of our plan is to get rid of those and manage other noxious weeds. And that's another part of protecting habitat quality. Okay, so this one, wildlife movement corridors. So this is the one referencing habitat connectivity again. And I've already spoken of this. You know, considering the species that use the area, the project would not degrade habitat connectivity between natural habitats and features. The east-west movement corridor along Dry Creek number 1 will be preserved and enhanced through management of noxious weeds and additional native plantings, and there's going to be no new stream crossings. And also the plantings north and south of the bike path will help to buffer the riparian habitat of the creek from the development area. And also, given the mowed condition of the area north of the bike path and the lack of woody vegetation, the plantings represent an improvement over in the existing condition and would create a more protected movement corridor for wildlife. This one is about preserving desirable and significant trees or replanting native vegetation. There will be no disturbance of desirable or significant trees because there aren't any in the development area. And there's no significant areas of native vegetation. But we're going to plant some. Okay, this one is about protecting species habitat features, and it's listing a bunch of important habitat types. Raptor nest sites, key feeding areas, heron rookeries, deer concentration. There's a lot of things on here. None of those things exist on this property. It doesn't have these high value listed features. The higher quality area is south of the bike path, and we're going to preserve that and enhance it. This one's about preserving the existing site topography. They're not going to be grading down within the riparian area. Just there's a couple stormwater pipes that are going to go in. And the natural topography of the development area was leveled out many years ago when it went into agricultural production. And this is saying mitigates the modified setback standard by providing higher quality, more desirable wildlife enhancements along the corridor. And I've said this again, I sound like a broken record, but we're going to remove Russian olives and noxious weeds, plant additional trees and shrubs that will increase the habitat value. And outside the riparian corridor, the upland habitats, also north and south of the bike path, will be enhanced with planting additional native trees and shrubs and pollinator-friendly wildflowers. Then the standard review criteria, consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the procedures required for riparian variance. Don't need to belabor these. It's going to ensure all this standards for street and utility design are met. We've already been told, Zach and staff, that there's adequate utilities to support the future development at the site. Compatible with the surrounding properties. I think, yeah, it's an expansion of an existing facility that already exists on the north side of Bentway. Application would not adversely affect surrounding properties, the natural environment, etc. Our riparian habitat and riparian assessment and habitat evaluation memo and that SES variance worksheet demonstrate that it's not going to have significant adverse impacts. and that it can improve habitat conditions within the existing 100-foot setback by managing the noxious weeds, planting more native trees and shrubs, pollinator gardens, and doing these modern stormwater principles to protect water quality. So there should be no significant adverse impacts on the surrounding properties, existing or planned transportation projects or utilities as noted in the staff report. And then this gets back to the SES criteria. Like we said, the applicant and staff agree in most areas. We got a good score. As I said before, there's a few aspects that are difficult to rate because it's only at a concept level, like the landscape plan for the entire development. We don't know. We'll know more about detailed stormwater management planning, and we can gain additional points when we know that, but we don't have a grading plan yet to dial in some of the real fine details. Oh, that's the second time that happened. And this talks about the appropriate transportation plan. This is a great one for transportation. It's less than 500 feet away from the bus stop. It provides multimodal connections to the existing Greenway Trail. Seniors will be able to walk on the bike path to go shopping. So it's a good thing for that. And then I just want to conclude by saying the habitat quality and the landscape setting are important considerations when evaluating the setbacks. And that's true on this property and many properties. What is inside the setback today? Like, what are we protecting within the setback? There's areas within Longmont that there's really good stuff inside our setbacks, and there's areas within Longmont that it's asphalt. And I think it's in all of our interests to think about how do we reasonably apply these rules in a way that's going to facilitate the goals of our community. As a resident, I would really like to see redevelopment of properties along the corridor that are covered in asphalt into something else. Modifying the stream setback to the north side of the bike path is not going to exclude any areas of native vegetation. They're not there. And due to the surrounding developments, the wildlife that do occur there are primarily urban adapted species that can coexist with humans. So building this thing is not going to make them all leave town. The proposed landscape improvements will increase the habitat value and expand the width of the riparian corridor more than what it is today. It will make it wider by having more trees and shrubs that extend up north from the creek and filling in gaps. The increased cover of native trees will also shade and cool the bike path. That's good for the urban heat island effect. It's good for people riding their cruiser bike to dinner. And the concept stormwater conveyance and water quality management plan. And we're going to comply with all the water quality and stormwater regulations, use these low impact principles that infiltrate runoff, filter it in rain gardens, have, use detention or the stormwater management areas for habitat creation with native seed mixes. So our evaluation, our memo, the SES, it shows that the setback can be reduced with minimal impacts that can be mitigated. And the project can provide needed senior housing while still improving and protecting the functions and values of Dry Creek Number 1. Like Parker said, they've got a waiting list of 76. Like, this is something that's needed in our community. And, let's weigh this out when we're thinking about the pros and cons. Can we create a win-win situation? So therefore, we're requesting a variance for the riparian setback to be reduced to the north edge of the bike path. And it's not arbitrary to make it that other than some set distance, because that's where the habitats break. That's where it changes. And so I'll also say, it's in your staff report, the recommended options, that Jim Crick, the ecosystem manager from Parks and Natural Resources, advised that the Natural Resources staff would recommend approval of the variance. And I think that says a lot, because he's an ecologist too. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers from this presentation? No? Counselors, I'm going to open it up to you for comments. Are there any?
Did you have some? Go ahead, yeah.
It's the battle of the counselors up here. Counselor Popkin.
Thank you. Didn't have to start this off. Man, I'm disappointed I didn't see any SES projects when I was on P&Z. Hi, Zach. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks, Parker and Heather. Appreciate the presentation, the introduction there, and thank you, Zach, for the overview as well. I had a couple questions, and then maybe I'll see what my fellow other council members had to say before maybe I offer a suggestion here. The first, Zach, you and I emailed a little bit about kind of planning and zoning's decision on this. And so I'm curious, I went back and watched part of the meeting recording, but for the people who didn't watch the meeting recording or that section, could you just clarify, like, the condition that Planning and Zoning Commission recommended was a 50-foot setback, correct, from the setback line. Can you explain the rationale for that 50 feet that they gave, whether you agree or not?
Commissioner Popkin, or Councilor Popkin, excuse me. As far as that question goes, I would actually defer to legal. I can't speak for the Planning Commission. I really can't. So they made the recommendation as measured from the first solid yellow line, 50 feet. And that's the decision that they came to in their deliberation.
Cool. And Jeremy, you're in the hot seat then.
Good afternoon, Mayor, or good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. Councilmember Popkin, I don't have an answer really for your question. Looking at, it's not really I don't think it's either of our abilities to weigh in on why P&Z made the decision they made. The only thing I can add is just that, 50 foot is a 50% reduction of the current setback. So as opposed to having it based on the sidewalk, it's based off the already established riparian setback of 100 feet. So instead of 100 feet, P&Z felt 50 feet was appropriate.
Gotcha. And then there was discussion in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting about why you recommended not tying it to the sidewalk and tying it to the distance from the riparian corridor. Could you just elaborate on your thought process there?
Yeah, so we at some point during the meeting and thinking back to a while ago, there was discussion of having an offset of a couple of feet from the sidewalk. So instead of being at the sidewalk, the riparian setback would be 5 feet north of the sidewalk. I was kind of concerned just because the sidewalk is itself an arbitrary and kind of random point along the property line. So I felt that the most appropriate setback, if any, would be based off the already established standard versus the sidewalk itself. Certainly it's within council's discretion to grant an appropriate variance if it meets the criteria, and that could be the sidewalk. I was mostly just concerned that having some number in addition to the sidewalk could cause confusion or enforcement or future problems down the line.
Great, thank you. To the extent Councilmember Rodriguez is able to speak for the Planning Commission's thought process on 50, I'd welcome that at some point, just to understand their logic there a little bit more and help the public understand that. I did have a couple questions for the applicant. Am I allowed to? It could be you, Parker, or maybe Heather as well on this. Thank you, welcome.
Welcome.
The sustainability evaluation system here has multiple factors, and I think Heather spoke fairly eloquently to like the habitat and the value of like the connectivity there, and the wildlife similar benefits there, and the ecosystem connectivity. I wanted to hone in on two aspects of this: the heat island effect and the stormwater management pieces of this for the parts that are, since it's greater than 1 acre, and that piece of it. And I was just wondering, in both of these cases, we are objectively reducing the natural areas there that would otherwise reduce some of the heat island and kind of capture some of that runoff. I realize that your whole team is proposing very intentional green infrastructure features to capture some of that runoff and still preserve some of that natural infrastructure. Were there other considerations to some of the more impermeable surfaces, rooftops, parking areas that you are adding there, and maybe not proposed at this point, but is that down the road, permeable surfaces or green roofs or are those kinds of tools in your toolbox as you move forward? I'm not necessarily saying you're committing to that on the fly here, but is that something you're actively thinking about for that infrastructure given the proximity of the riparian corridor?
I think that's something we would consider moving forward when we get a little more information and get things a little further along than we are. Everything is obviously conceptual with what we're trying to do right now, just with the site plans and with get this variance situation figured out, so we know where we can kind of go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just so I'm clear and everyone's clear, that your request for the variance is all the way up to the north end of the bike.
That's correct. Yes, right to the north edge of the bike path where we originally had it settled with the city back in 2008 when we worked with PRPA. And I would just say that I don't think that's an arbitrary line. I would take a strong disagreement to that, that the comment was made over here about that. That's a definitive area, the sidewalk. It's not going to move. It's measurable. And so, in my mind,
it's an impermeable surface as well.
It's an impermeable surface. It's bounded,
sure.
And it's not going anywhere. And there's an easement there for it. So I would take an issue with that comment that was made.
Sure. Well, you guys can take that one outside.
Sure.
I'll reserve my time for now.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is more directed at staff. I'd like to know, so looking at the discrepancies, even though the +5 is considered a good score, just some of the areas where staff rated a -1 or, the discrepancy, I guess I would like someone to speak and respond to their rationale on why, looking at the discrepancies and why, I think where was it at? Aquatic habitat, the -1, and ecological connectivity, looking at that -1.
If you don't mind, I'll pull my presentation back.
Oh, go
up.
for it.
Thanks. Okay, so Councilmember Hidalgo Faring, thanks for your question. There were, as we mentioned, just a few items where we did not agree on our score. I think for all of these, as we went through our process, we as the staff were looking at this, again, very specifically to here's the standard that we felt they had to meet in order to score the point. And just in some of these, we felt maybe they didn't meet the standard that the applicant did. Does that make sense? So for all of these, the first one was aquatic habitat, the biological characteristics, quality, and hydrologic integrity of surface water and groundwater that support habitat in the riparian area. Protecting and restoring aquatic habitat helps maintain critical ecosystems in the riparian area. And this is evaluated against 15.05020 and 15.05030. The applicant gave themselves a 0 on this one, saying, again, existing habitat is going to be maintained, everything on the south side, and then there's mitigation that's happening. We scored a -1, and again, like I said, we were looking at this very strictly, right? So right now, in the entire 100-foot setback, there is nothing, right? And the applicant wanted points awarded specifically for stormwater improvements. We actually give points for those improvements elsewhere in the document, so we did not give them double points for the same thing here.
Okay.
There's other areas where they could have also provided mitigation for the aquatic habitat that weren't provided. So again, just looking at it really strictly, this one was a -1.
So could there be something done in the plan that would help correct some of these issues?
Well,
like as they move forward with the concept plan, if they do, and
Yeah, that's things that we could certainly evaluate in the site plan.
So would it be reevaluated at a later time?
It would be
The
evaluated.
same, through the SES tool?
So, no.
Okay.
Just to clarify, right,
Yeah.
you guys are looking here at this variance.
Yes.
The site plan itself is a use by right, so that's just going to be a staff-only
staff
application.
only, got it.
So we'll evaluate the site plan to make sure that they meet any, promises that are made here in their variance,
Mm-hmm.
and make sure that those documents are the same. But the staff will do the evaluation of that site plan.
Okay,
later on.
got it.
Would you like me to go on?
Yes, please.
Okay. We chatted about floodplain, and I think
Yeah.
we've come to an agreement on that one, so I'll skip over this one. The next was ecological connectivity within the riparian area against 1505.030. The applicant scored a 0, stating that the proposal will maintain existing connectivity within the riparian area. We looked at this, concluding that the proposal degrades or decreases existing connectivity within the riparian area that already exists within the whole scope of the riparian area. So we agree, right, there's not severance in the connectivity going through up and down the corridor. However, we are adding new structures, so there is some level of, degradation or decrease as it's languaged in the document itself. So again, looking at this very strictly, right now a raccoon can run across that field and there's nothing in its way, right? So even north of the bike path, right, we're adding parking lots and buildings and things that are in that setback area now. There is some level of degradation in that whole entire 100 feet. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
again, we're looking at it really, really strictly as we possibly could against the language of the code. And so that's why we're at a -1 and they're at a 0.
Got it, okay. Okay, no, that, you just adding more context to that was helpful.
Yeah.
I know that you all had come to an agreement around the floodplain and, being someone that was a block away from watching their neighbors' houses get all, and then even seeing the water rise at Dick's Sporting Goods and Ulta and those areas. I mean, that's technically wasn't in the floodplain, and you just see that water rise in that parking lot. I guess I'm my concern, and I'm still not thoroughly convinced. But again, I'm not an ecologist. I'm not the expert you all are out there, and but I guess I still do have some concerns around that. In the event this climate is getting more extreme, we're having more extreme weather occurrences. I guess I'm wondering, was that rationale from planning and zoning to do that 50-foot setback kind of looking to mitigate that issue for flooding issue, or was that just a random number that they pulled?
No, I don't believe floodplain came up in their discussion. on
It
their
did
50
not,
feet.
okay. Because I thought I saw something in the notes. I thought there was something in the notes that they weren't thoroughly convinced.
Specific to, so we talked about floodplain in the meeting a little bit.
Okay.
But it didn't come up in the specific 50 feet discussion.
Okay, in the 50 feet discussion, okay. So that's what I was wondering, if that was the rationale for the 50 foot to kind of preserve and keep people safe.
Yeah, I think those were two separate discussions.
Two separate
Yeah.
discussions,
Yeah,
okay.
and if I can add to that, I think floodplain is really a different look
Okay.
that we have with a project that is not connected to this process, because you have to go through and make sure it's meeting the FEMA maps and the
Okay.
floodplain requirements. So it's
So-
a different review that we go through.
Okay, so then, just out of my own curiosity and my ignorance of the process, so then once this is done, like, let's say this gets approved and they move forward, there still has to be a FEMA study? Am I correct, or no?
You already have the mapping
You already
done
have the mapping
in certain
done?
areas. And so, to give you an example, when we were redoing the St. Vrain,
Yes.
right now, we're in the FEMA process of remapping, but other areas have the mapping already completed.
And this area
I think so, right?
is already done?
So we have public works staff.
Yeah,
who can speak
I'm
to
looking for
that
Josh.
more specifically.
Or,
Come on
Tyler.
down.
But yes, to answer your broad question, they will have to go through floodplain review with their site plan. And
Okay.
that will have to be
And
compliant.
that's a separate process from
Yes.
SES? Okay,
Yes.
got it. There's a lot of processes here.
Good evening, Council. Josh Sherman, Civil Engineer with Public Works. Let me try to maybe expand and clarify a little bit. So there is a FEMA mapped floodplain on Dry Creek number 1. Little different situation than what's going on St. Vrain Creek. There's not, as to my knowledge, any letter of map revisions currently being proposed on this section of Dry Creek number 1, similar to what's going on along St. Vrain with a lot of the improvements that are being made and subsequent revisions resulting from those improvements. So yes, there is a floodplain. Yes, any improvements they're proposing would need to be in compliance with those regulations and our code related to floodplain regulations. Again, at a concept plan level, we're not quite to the hard engineering related to that just yet. That'll come later with the site plan and the public improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Christ.
I think I need to talk to Mr. Blazik as well about this. So what was not mentioned was about light pollution. We, particularly this year, have had a high incidence of grasshoppers, and there's been a concern that our bird population is reduced. And one of the concerns with birds is that light pollution is causing them to work overtime hours and therefore die sooner and not procreate. And that's because of lights being on so long that birds actually sing earlier in the morning and continue later at night. This is just the research we've been doing. In addition to that, the governor has also issued a caution about Japanese beetles, which are soaring. You're a good neighbor when you go over to your friend's house and shake the Japanese beetles off the roses, but they're out in droves. So, and part of that is because there are not enough birds eating the grasshoppers and the beetles. So I'm wondering, because two of these things mention a balance between nature and human activities, and then also pollution sources. It doesn't specifically mention light pollution. But I imagine in this wide swath of land where there's industrial on one side, there's probably no light pollution there in the evening hours. And I suppose there's maybe a limited amount of light pollution in the existing facility at Alta Vita. But if those buildings were expanded right up to the bike path, that there might be a lot of light pollution now along that corridor.
Councilmember Christ. So I will say one of the categories we evaluated in the SES was specific to ambient light. Sorry, this one's also on. It was specific to ambient light. So in that category, they could have been scored a -1 for we identified the possibility of a detrimental impact, a 0 for no impact is anticipated, or a 1 for mitigating factors have been provided. Both staff and the applicant in that category scored a 0. The reason why staff scored a 0 is because they will still be required to meet our standard light requirements in Chapter 15. So that means that any lighting they do install is going to have to meet our vertical downcast standards. It's not going to be allowed to project out into the riparian setback area. Again, some of what they could have done to gain another point, maybe this is an example of a category where that could be applied. But they are going to be required to meet our current standards.
And is that with a 50-foot setback or all the way up to the bike path?
That would be if they are allowed their full variance up to the bike path as well.
Okay, so you think that there will not be lights on the bike path? Because it seems like maybe there might be if it's downcast.
I'm not going to subject myself to conjecture.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was just been looking at the maps, and it seems awfully close to that bike path that there would be light on that path as well. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Popkin.
Thank you. Seeing as no other council members had their mics on, I figured I'd offer one more piece here. So really just another question for the applicant here. Parker, I realize you guys have had this plan in the works for almost 2 decades. Respect that. I respect the fact that also priorities, policies, needs change in a community too. So we're trying to balance that dynamic, right? That's kind of what's at play here. And so I'm wondering if there was, two of the areas that scored lower, and I know there's not like a a grade you have to meet in this. It's more like you complete the process, show that there's like kind of the, am I correct that there's not like a formal score that has to be met here, right? This is an additional process to kind of add additional planning and scrutiny. Is that correct, Zach?
Councilmember Popkin, that's correct. Yeah, they could have a negative score and you could still vote to approve.
And they could be like -50 and we could technically still say yes, right? They
Correct.
could be +50 and we could say no.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting process. So the to the applicant, I'm wondering, I think to your credit, there's a lot of ecosystem improvements and enhancements and pollinator gardens and rain gardens that are provided, particularly on Track C and Track D. And I think A and B get tighter, right, as you get closer, and that's part of the reason why that even the 50-foot setback line that P&Z suggested or recommended, like, is problematic, particularly in those areas, right? I'm wondering if there is a bit of a trade we can make. And I kind of want to toss it out there. It's not a hard and fast rule at this moment. I'm just wondering, like, to what extent would you consider kind of swapping that net square footage there for green infrastructure in other places on the property at your discretion? And particularly as you're thinking about this, I'm because I know I'm kind of just tossing it out there into the ether here, and you probably already took this outside and fought with Jeremy on something else. So what I'm thinking is I'm looking at kind of the very broad, and I know it's not a full concept plan. I know you haven't fully mapped this out yet. I know that's not the stage you're at, or that's not what this process is, right? But I'm seeing parking lots, buildings, a lot of gray infrastructure, right? And so I'm wondering, like, can you integrate that into other parts in a way that makes sense for your design, makes sense for your needs, but also kind of helps manage some of that heat island effect and also manage some of that stormwater runoff?
Sure, I think there's absolutely ways we can improve on what we have. We're just, like I had mentioned before, everything is so conceptual at this point. We haven't wanted to spend a lot of time, a lot of resources, money, studies, and on things that might not ever happen or not happen. And
Sure.
so, but I think there's obviously things that we could do to make this development meet the goals and the objectives of what we're trying to achieve and have everything with the city, with the heat islands, with the lighting on the bike path.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those kind of things. Make adjustments to some of the site plans to showcase that we want to be a good partner, and we've always been a good partner. We've been here a very long time doing development, and we wouldn't obviously we would never do something that wouldn't be a win-win for us and for the city also, and for the residents in the community.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just a quick clarifying question then for Jeremy. In the process here on the variance, if I recall correctly from past development project like proposals, really conditions, if proposed, should be specific, right? They shouldn't be broad and super open to interpretation that staff can't kind of do a direct, like, hey, did you meet this or did you not? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then from a variance process, we would only see this at this stage? Or would this project come back at a later stage where we could then take a kind of look? So, like, what I'm trying to get at is it worth council considering a condition at this stage of the process? Or is, if the applicant is intentional and gets kind of the variance that they're looking for, but is with intent to try to meet this broader green infrastructure piece that Parker and I were just discussing, would we see that again in a point where we can see as this moves forward, just to see kind of how the thought process has been applied into that?
Excellent question, Councilmember Popkin. To answer it in a somewhat indirect and kind of roundabout way, my recommendation is any condition concerning the variance application before you should be based off the existing variance criteria. So in considering whether or not condition is appropriate, I would look at the variance criteria and decide if a condition is necessary in order for the applicant to meet that criteria. In terms of your question about whether or not it comes before council in the future, it's hard to say at this point. If they do another land use application where it requires council approval, then certainly, if it's just a matter of a site plan review, that normally be approved administratively with just an appeal to Planning and Zoning Commission, unless the planning director defers to Planning and Zoning Commission, which case we can appeal to City Council. So just looking at the kind of generalized development review process, it may come back to you, it may not. At this point, it's too early for to say, but the only application, the only issue for council to decide is the variance itself. And again, I would recommend that any condition of approval on the variance be subject to the criteria or somehow related to the criteria.
Sure. I mean, the review criteria that I'm thinking about is, I think, general review criteria number 4, which would be the mitigating the adverse impacts of a project to the maximum extent feasible. If I'm quoting that correctly, I don't have it up in front of me. I think I'm remembering correctly. That would apply here, right? Even though it's a variance request, right?
Yes.
All review criteria still apply.
Yes, it does. So the applicable criteria is the one listed in 1505-060 and 1502-055, which are the review criteria for all application types.
Okay. Is this the battle of memorizing the code situation?
I try. My computer just turned off. Otherwise, I'd tell you
fair.
the exact numbers. So.
Thank you. Parker, one more moment, if you don't mind. I'd just like to keep you on your toes. So, where I'm coming from is trying to get at the intent of the riparian setback policy, right? But also trying to respect the fact that we're trying to balance land uses and integration. You have your plan, and there are other ways to meet many of those goals. And so I'm wondering, I'll toss this out as a starting point here, but if we were to say something like, a 25% square footage exchange for green infrastructure integration elsewhere in the master plan from what you're removing from like tracks A and B, like would that be, I'm trying to think about what's kind of reasonable to expect. A 1-for-1, I mean, that's like 60,000 square feet or something like that. So like, that doesn't seem reasonable to me, but I wanted to toss out that as a concept.
I think we just have to get a definitive answer on what exactly the green infrastructure, what exactly we're talking about there.
Sure.
In order for us to make a qualified answer, to be able to, with some affirmation.
Sure.
Thank you. You did hear the timer?
Yeah, I heard the timer. I guess point of personal privilege, I'm trying to just finish like whether I'm offering a condition or not for us to consider. Is that something I can get at in the next like 30 seconds?
I think that probably council should be the one that you should be asking if we're going to do a condition as well. Will we offer a condition?
Sure.
I'm not sure, because basically that's not what we're considering. Finish your question. And then we're going to move on.
So maybe a point of clarification with our process. Aren't we considering whether the variance requested meets the code? And so conditions that help. What?
Not exactly. We're deciding whether we want to grant the variance.
To grant the variance.
And it doesn't, it could be just discretionary. You just let it be.
Sure.
But in the SES, which is what we are deciding upon, there is no quid pro quo. Pardon me? Green build versus variance.
So I'll just, Parker, I'll just finish. The green infrastructure definition is, I would want to keep it fairly broad, and my intention of that would be really focused on the purpose of mitigating the heat island impacts and the stormwater runoff impacts. So green infrastructure that addresses heat island and stormwater runoff. I would say, I think that's specific enough based on the intent, but then would also get at the flexibility for you all to integrate from a design standpoint. If Joel wants to speak to that too.
Sure. Sorry, I think I'm referring to Joel on that.
And thank you, council, for a little bit of flexibility here.
I'm Joel Paz with Rocky Ridge Civil Engineering. So you're specifically asking about stormwater quality and some of those features, as well as just
stormwater quality and heat island mitigation.
Heat island mitigation. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, as far as stormwater quality goes, there are requirements we have to meet with detention, but also stormwater quality. Within that, we're proposing additional rain garden and low impact development through use of grass swales and some grass buffer areas. And that's part of the, some of the positive scoring that we've got within the SES is through that. So that is proposed. And And the other item you said was, oh, heat island. I guess some of that is is mitigated because some of the parking is going to be within underground under the building, so it's less parking than is required for the site or allowed for the site. Obviously, we've shown that we're proposing additional landscaping to help with that. Are there any specific items you're thinking, or just kind of general ways to?
I mean, I could throw out a number of technologies and tools, but I don't want to lock you into something. And so I want
Councillor Popkin, we do need to wrap this one up. I do have some comments I would like to make
Sure.
as well.
Thank you. Then I'll let you make some comments and I'll draft my motion. Thank you.
So, thank you. So my comments are, first of all, when we did this SES, we had a really robust discussion about it, and to the point that some of the riparian areas, some of the creeks have asphalt on them, is exactly why we did that. Those are old builds. We do not want builds up within 150 feet. And the other comment that was made is that it is the human activity next to a riparian area that is harmful to the animals, too much activity. But when your variance that you're asking for is going to put more human activity closer. So those two things actually didn't sit well with me. The animals that are there are going to use that land. It's the point of the riparian setbacks, is to protect it. It doesn't look great to some people. It looks great to other people because it's natural. So that, to me, that isn't a point to have a variance, is the way it looks to you. That it doesn't look as green as you would like it to be or whatever. That's not the point of the setback. So does anyone else have a comment? Okay. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Councilmember Popkin asked earlier if I could, since the staff is probably not really and appropriately enough not to opine on the characterization of the discussion by planning and zoning.
Right.
I am not so constrained. So I think there's a number of factors at play here, one being the novel aspect of it. There's never been an SES-based variance for the riparian setback ever brought before. I believe was on planning and zoning the last time I dealt with a riparian variance request, which was a portion of a building by Harvest Junction. And at that time, the setback wasn't as big as it is now for the certain enumerated waterways in the city. This obviously, as you read, is not part of those enumerated ones, so it has just the general 100-foot setback. And so because of the novel aspect, I don't think that they had a lot of, obviously experience dealing with it. So I would say that, and also necessarily experience dealing with each other surrounding those kinds of requests. Whereas, as you know, certain members of the Planning and Zoning Commission are very averse to any sort of variance whatsoever, specifically as noted in the 5-2 vote. That was not a surprise. So I think they were trying to find a way to thread the needle, to get some recommendation passed through. As you heard from City Attorney Tyrell, that they had talked about a certain number of feet above the path and were advised that probably wasn't necessarily the best idea. And so I think they kind of split the baby on that one, and that's where the 50 feet comes from. There's no study that says 50 feet versus 100 feet. It would have been provided in our packet if there was. So I think that's where you get the 50 feet number from. And there's not, I think, a lot of science-based application there. Obviously they weren't able to provide a map on the spot of what 50 feet looks like. And you just kind of have to eyeball test that one, right? So that's my opinion on how that conversation unfolded. And then just to give a couple of statements, I think that when we talk about disruption and development sometimes, like to me, having a very high voltage underground line running underneath what is the bike path, both of those things to me are continuous developed disruption already, right? And so I kind of think that we have in a way demarcated before we had our riparian setbacks in place. That stuff was built, right? That's built environment. It's not going anywhere. We're not going to rip out power lines and likely not the bike path either. So I have less of a problem considering the variance in this case than say if it was next to the St. Vrain or the left hand and some of those areas where that's definitely more of I'd say impactful riparian habitat as far as the ecosystem is concerned, especially considering the concrete line channelization that's just to the east of it, as well as the number of box culverts and all of the development to the west as well that backs directly to it. This particular ditch really more than a true waterway per se. So those are just my thoughts on it as well as my characterization of that conversation. Thanks.
So, is there a motion that someone would like to make? Councillor Popkin?
Yes, just trying to send this to Dawn. Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I want to ask one clarifying question to the applicant, and then I'll make the motion. Parker, just a quick gut check here. You've heard my intent, where I'm coming from on this, and I don't think we actually disagree too much. And unfortunately, our process is set up that sometimes there are demarcations in that. And so I wanted to know if there was a conditional approval here for the variance request with an additional 25% green infrastructure beyond what's currently proposed. Would that give you significant heartburn?
No, like I said, we just need to get to the bottom of this, to the nuts and bolts, the brass tacks of the green infrastructure.
It would
so
be,
we understand exactly what we're up against, and I think once we know what we're dealing with, we can figure out a way to make this work.
I appreciate your willingness to work. I would intend to keep my motion fairly flexible.
Okay.
So I'd like to motion to conditionally approve the variance request with an additional 25% green infrastructure beyond what is proposed currently that further mitigates the heat island effects and stormwater runoff adjacent to the riparian corridor.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Popkin to approve a riparian setback variance of was it the 50-foot that you?
The applicant's request.
Up to the sidewalk?
Correct. In exchange for meeting that, up to that they would do the 25% additional green infrastructure throughout the property.
And that was seconded by Councillor McCoy. Does everyone understand the motion? Is there any discussion? Councillor Christ.
I'm uncomfortable with this. It's hard to say, to quantify, as you did, 25% more, but I think going right up to the bike path is too close. And I just would like more information. I'll be frank that some of the slides went a little fast for me. I wanted to spend a little more time studying as people were talking. Juxtaposing what they were saying with what I was seeing as well. So I'm just not comfortable with it the way it sits right now. So I would tend to deny the variance at this time and ask for something more amenable to the council coming forward. And I think we need more time to discuss what that would be. I think just saying 25% isn't adequate for me.
I will deny the variance as well because building up to the sidewalk, of course they'll have the room to put the 25% green infrastructure in because you are giving them the room to do that. But the whole point is to have a variance away from the creek, not closer to it. So I cannot support the motion. Let's vote. There's no one else in the queue. We're holding. And that fails 4-3 with myself, Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring, Councilor Yarbrough, and Councilor Christ denying.
So I'd like to make a second motion then. I'd like, if some council members would like to take more time to study this, then I'll make a motion to table this by a month. If that's the desire to reconsider something here, I don't see why we would inherently say no to a variance at this stage. I thought I offered a solution that tried to blend the needs of the developer and had looked through the SES for a while and tried to think about what was an appropriate balance that mitigated some of those concerns. It sounds like that didn't quite get to the heart of it. So if there are others who feel like there's a better way to solve that, or figure out a better setback for tracks A and tracks B, I'm all for that. I didn't hear that come out of the discussion. So I guess at that point, I'll motion to table this to the second council meeting we have in September, unless there's unless staff has another preference there.
We'll need to work with budget because September's pretty budget heavy.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay. I'll second to table that, but I request that the slides be sent to us, because I think some of that information, like, just to be able to digest it and see that, I would support that.
So Councilor Popkin?
Are you suggesting?
What do you suggest?
Yeah.
Are you also, schedule-wise, are you also suggesting September 9th?
I don't.
If it passes? What date is that?
Oh, he said the 23rd.
I think we could work that in with budget.
Okay.
Councilor Popkin made the motion to table this 2025-50 resolution, and it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Councilor Popkin? You had your green light on?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. So this passes with myself and Councilor Christ opposing. So we're bringing this back on the 23rd, is that correct? Is that what we said?
That's what came through, I just would have made a date certain because I'd rather staff not be constrained in the budget.
I move, okay.
So I'm looking at the schedule now. The 23rd is not as heavy a day
Okay.
as we have outlined right now in the budget process. If it were the 16th, we would have had
A problem.
Don't forget the setting in line, it's coming back on the 23rd.
I don't think on the 23rd we need the presentation again if you send us the slides. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're now at our next presentation, which is building electrification code scenario.
So Mayor, Council,
No, that isn't it. Yes, it is.
Mayor, if I can jump in.
Yes.
I have a charter requirement to give you all the budget tonight, and so we're at 10:12. So if we're going to proceed with this conversation, I need to ensure that we extend the meeting beyond 11 if it goes that direction, because I have to present the budget to you all tonight.
Can I just make a motion?
Yes.
I move the staff's recommendation.
Oh, God.
Yep. What, I read the packet, I don't need the slides, I read the packet.
Well, that is true. Building the electrification code scenario, is that the one that you wanted to see?
Yeah. So do we have assurance that we would extend the meeting? I vote yes to extend the meeting.
All those who would like to extend the meeting, I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Do I have a second?
Was that not a serious motion?
Did you make a motion?
I did.
Did you make a motion?
Yes.
Did anybody second it?
No.
Well, I don't think anybody thought it was serious.
I didn't think you were serious at all.
I'm serious, but I'm sure nobody really wanted to vote.
Do we want to finish since?
I think we should just put off B and go to C.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yes. Come on.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I fully agreed with the recommendation in the packet concerning the building electrification codes. And in the sake of brevity, I made the motion to approve the recommendation of the staff, which was option C, which had to do with the cohorts package of amendments.
It's been moved by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor McCoy, that in the building electrification code scenario, that we go with the staff recommendation of, okay, option C. Who seconded that? That was seconded by McCoy. Any discussion? I see Councilor McCoy.
No, go ahead, let Popkin talk.
Oh, man.
No.
That's exactly why we extended it now, before.
All I wanted to say is I read the packet too. I actually agree with the motion. I generally like to discuss complicated things like this for the public's benefit. I understand the intention of Councilman Rodriguez's motion. I hope that what I wanted to note is that this, for the public's benefit, this will be going through multiple review processes in different public settings over the next 2 months, 2.5 months, I think. So there will be ample time to weigh in. There'll be ample time to listen and learn. If you're particularly passionate about this, definitely you can look at our agenda management portal and see all this information there tonight. So for the sake of time tonight, I will be voting in favor of this, though I normally like for us to have discussion when we have these types of complex code discussions.
I do too.
Let's vote.
That's why I will be voting, because I do appreciate the presentation and the discussion.
That passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ opposing.
So we need a motion to extend the meeting past 11? We're already good?
No, we have 45 minutes left.
Okay, go for it. Okay.
Let's put it at 1.5 speed here.
I'm a disruptor.
Yeah, you are. You're stressing me out over here.
That was fun. Do Control L.
I think you should sit by Matthew.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so by Matthew.
Yes.
Trade places with the. So Mayor Council, we're here today to present an overview of the 2026 proposed budget for you all. As I indicated earlier, by charter, I'm required to present this budget to you prior to September 1st. Today we have a fairly high-level overview that we're going to go over. We'll spend some time talking about some of the challenges that we had as we were preparing this budget. We will also cover the budget schedule with you all to give you a sense of what's coming in the future. If council has any high-level conversations, please feel free to ask those questions. And then in some cases, we may tell you we're going to spend some more time in detail on this in the future. Once I finish this presentation, they will send you an email with a link to the budget document so that you all can start looking through that as we prepare for the next month going through the budget process. One of the things that I did want to say that we are changing this year, and Teresa can help me jump in. One of the comments that we've routinely received from the Government Finance Officers Association was really about our budget message and the fact that it was, they were not able to clearly distill kind of what we were focusing on in that year. And we had a lot of information related to what revenue streams and expenses we're doing in the past. And so in working with Teresa, we really tried to reframe that budget message to really meet what the Government Finance Officers Association was looking for. We have been getting the awards, but this is something that they've, I think, repeatedly brought to our attention. The other thing that we did, so when you read it, you'll also notice that we really tried to focus more on plain language as we were talking about the budget, because going through that level of detail could get a little bit confusing if you weren't really into all the numbers and understanding what we were trying to say. So I did want to say that to you all, because the budget message is going to look a little bit different this year, and we'll still have the same information, but we're going to hyperlink into it. So you can go to some charts and graphs and really see what we're talking about, and then we'll explore that as we go through the detail of the budget in this process. Did I miss anything, Teresa? Great. So one of the things that we do as we start preparing the budget is we look at council priorities in terms of what we're putting together. So what I wanted to say is, over the last few years, this has been front and center as we're making decisions and looking at what we're funding and why we're funding it. This budget was a little bit more challenging, and we'll go through that in detail. So you're not going to see a lot of new funding, especially in the general fund, as we continue to move forward. When you, just at a high level, the 2026 budget is balanced. That is also a requirement that I have as part of the city charter. And we're maintaining service levels while still trying to address some of our strategic priorities. We do utilize priority-based budgeting, and it's not only aligned with the council's goals, but we also align that with Envision Longmont. So for some of the council members that weren't here when we started this, we did a fairly extensive amount of work with the community, going out and asking them to prioritize where do you want to see your funding as it's related to Envision Longmont. I'm going to get into this in more detail, but the headwinds that we were seeing coming into this budget process were significant. I will tell you, up until a week ago, we were still dealing with about a $1.2 million gap that we were trying to solve as we were trying to balance the budget. In all, our 2026 proposed budget is $520 million, 0.24. That's a 9.85% increase from 2025. That's all funds. And so you'll see a slide later where we highlight some of the major funds, but we have 62, right? Or 60, maybe we're adding one or two this year. So we're going to have in excess of 60 different funds in this budget process. And I bring that to your attention because we have a lot of rules that we have to work through in terms of how we're moving through that process. So key highlights. This is again a budget where we're not proposing any tax increases. One of the things that council's talked about in terms of looking at how we're approaching this budget, how we've approached recent budgets, is really being focused on market competitive employee compensation. While we are seeing some changes in the employment sector, we are still seeing areas within our organization where it's highly competitive in who we're competing with. So we're continuing that approach. Do I have another slide with the percentage on that, or I'm trying to think?
No.
No.
Yes, you do.
I do, okay. Enhanced infrastructure investments is something that we're continuing to focus on in our budget process. That's probably one of the most significant things we have to do. One of the things that we do in the budget is we do balance the budget by utilizing fund balance. And in this case, we're doing 43.87 million of fund balance. When we talk about the purchasing processes that we have to go through and how we fund it, what we do is actually start accruing funding over time to actually build the dollars available so that we can pull the trigger on some of those projects. And then we're really focusing on our level 1 expenses, which I'll talk about in more detail. This budget got really interesting about the end of July and the beginning of August. And so there are some projects currently in development that may have a positive impact on our budget, pending our ability to get some certainty. While I can't go into detail on that because it is a competitive situation that we're in, it is something that when working through that has a potential to move pretty fast. And if that moves fast enough to where it's part of the budget process, we may be talking about adjusting some of the recommendations that we have in the budget so we can get those put together and not have to do multiple budget adjustments very quickly. If it comes together, we'll definitely bring that back to council and work you all through those issues. I wanted to say this because when we know something that is potentially imminent but we don't have certainty, I also don't want council to think if we bring something back in the process that this happened, that we were not being transparent with you, that there's other options that could come into play. So that's part of why we're saying this. When we look at our revenue opportunities, you know, the one thing I'll start out with is sales and use tax volatility. Sales and use tax is something that actually is giving us trouble right now as we look at the 2025 budget, and it's not necessarily sales tax, it's use tax. When we look at what we're dealing with, to give you a sense, up until the last report that Therese has presented, sales tax has been ahead. The last report we were down in sales tax. The big headwind that we've actually had in the 2025 budget, and as we look to preparing the 2026 budget, is use tax. So at this point, use tax is down about approximately 21%, which is really what is dragging down our sales and use tax calculations. You're seeing communities across Colorado go through some very tough budget conversations. You may have seen that Denver reduced approximately 800 employees and then, or 700 and change of vacant positions, and then they also reduced 170 or 180 positions that were filled. We're all experiencing the same challenges, and for different reasons. The one thing I can say as we look at this budget, our property tax estimates for 25, we're not seeing issues there. It really solely is in use tax, and where it becomes a challenge for us looking to the 2026 budget is what is use tax going to do next year? And we spent a lot of time talking about the fact that this is one where we could miss it low or we could miss it high. So in sales and use tax, we essentially held it flat in the proposed budget that we're presenting to you. The other challenge that we had is our property tax, and we talk about it in terms of the legislative impact. So the commercial ratios were reduced from 27.9% to 27%, and the residential ratios reduced from 6.7 to 6.25. That actually created a headwind in property tax. So when we look at the budget that we're presenting to you, we only had 1.2 million in property tax growth. Fortunately, in the 2025 budget process, we held 2.6 million and treated it as one time. So that actually is giving us additional property tax in the 26 budget that we're proposing to you of 3.8. But for what we did in the property tax for 25, we would have had an even more difficult budget process. We did look at some recreation revenue enhancements that's contributing to this, and it's increased. One of the things is increasing day camps because we're finding that there's an additional need, which actually drives more revenue into this. We talked about with council the traffic safety camera revenue. This one's really interesting. So we had a bit of a delay on the implementation of this, but what we're seeing, honestly, from a traffic safety perspective and the amount of people speeding, is the numbers are pretty high. And so we really just took from we're implementing it from a safety perspective and where we have issues. We're actually just taking the data that they're generating to calculate what that revenue is going to be. So again, I want to reiterate, the intent of this is to deal with safety issues. It is not to generate revenue. Ideally, if we generate no revenue, that means we've handled the safety issue. But the data is telling us this is what the number looks like. We do have a water rate increase that's already been adopted from the council. And then, as you know, we've been working with Nextlight on the franchise fee. So all of our utilities pay a franchise fee. For those that weren't part of council, we didn't do that initially with Nextlight just based on where we were operationally, and we're incrementally getting to the point where it's equal to the other utilities. So when we talk about the budget challenges, I talked a little bit about what's happening in sales and use tax, and it really is inherently in the economic environment. So one of the things that we do talk about is municipal budgets are built on growth. And so what we're seeing in terms of the use tax and use tax down 21% is that actually is really directly related to our biggest category, which is our lumber category. And that's really a product of what's happening in our community. And talking to a number of people that are in this world, what really has everyone holding back is honestly uncertainty. We talk about tariffs and what the impact is to the cost of building things, but inherently it's the uncertainty in what will a tariff be and how can it change that is really pulling back on a lot of those expenses when I talk to different businesses. So that's in there. We have marijuana revenue declining. So one of the things that the state adjusted is they went from a 10% share back to a 3% share back. So that is reducing revenue coming into the system. We talk about development revenue pressures, which is again something that we look at. And that is directly related to building activity. We have collective bargaining increases in this, and so I want to give some context to you all in that when we talk about collective bargaining, it is something related to how we approach that and really look at market-based salary increases. And what we have historically found is that we had a 3-year collective bargaining agreement, and we got pretty far behind market for police and fire. And so we had to do a fairly aggressive catch-up, and then looking back over the history of collective bargaining, we haven't really hit the target in terms of where we wanted to be. And so that created, a number that we had to hit based on it's a contract number, but it's also really looking at market. It's market for these folks. And I mentioned, I believe in the last budget session, that there was an article in CNN that one of the areas when you look at private and public sector in terms of rapid growth in salaries is actually in public safety. And that has to do with any number of things and challenges. I think it's also exacerbated in Colorado a little bit based on some legislation that's impacting them. And then you heard me talk about Boulder and some of the other city challenges. We have a really lean organization. So what I can say is that when we compare ourselves to our comparison organizations that we typically use for compensation benchmarks, and we look at our staffing levels, it is not uncommon to see us really in the range of a 10% difference in our staffing levels versus these other communities, meaning our staffing levels are lower. And that's also part of our compensation philosophy of trying to move to 102, because we do ask a lot of our staff members. So any adjustments that you make to the budget, what we can tell you is that there's not fat. and we make those adjustments to the budget, we're actually talking about service level impacts, and what we can and can't do. I'm not going to go over this in detail. You'll be able to see it on the chart, but this gives you a look at some of our fund structures and what we're dealing with. And so if you look at, I'll point out the general fund where the proposed revenues are 124 million and our expenditures are 131. You can see that we're actually using 6 million of fund balance to fund the capital projects that are in those budgets. And we'll talk a little bit about ongoing and one-time funding and how we approach it. So you can see where we're doing this across the fund structures. You know, one of the things that is important is we have very distinct rules in terms of how we move money, how we fund, and what we can fund from the various sources. So it's not like we can just take money from the electric fund and say we're going to put it over here to support the public. Those are must-pay bills. And existing contracts where we have inflation-driven increases, we have typical inflationary pressures. You know, one of the things that we talk about when we really look at inflation is you're probably used to seeing people talk about inflation in terms of the consumer price index, which does impact our expenses. The other thing that impacts our expenses is that we also have to deal with the producer price index. And so depending on what we're looking at within our organization, both of those indexes and the inflation rates actually impact us in what we're doing. When we look at level 2 expenses, those are requested items to enhance existing services or provide new services. And so we talk about new positions, expanded hours, expanded levels of service within departments, you know, doing more on maintenance contracts. We also have something that also occurs. So if we do benchmark adjustments, those actually fall into level 2. Those aren't considered level 1. And so what I will say, you can see this in the highlighted item, based on where we were from a revenue standpoint, we are unable to fund any level 2 general fund or public safety fund increases in this proposal. Based on what we're seeing specifically in the public safety fund sales and use tax. We have a handful of funds that are dependent solely on sales and use tax. We have the open space fund, the transportation fund, and the public safety fund that are what I really want to spend some time on. The transportation fund, we actually have a little bit more leeway in what we look at it because they have a lot of capital expenses in those accounts. And in the open space fund, it's similar. We don't have a lot of ongoing expenses. The public safety fund is heavy with ongoing expenses, and I talked about the collective bargaining contracts and how we had to deal with it. Last year, you may remember that we actually shifted some of the positions from the public safety fund to the general fund, and then we still had to cut some positions. This year we had the same issue, but we looked at it in a slightly different way, and we actually took the higher cost positions in the public safety fund and moved those into the general fund to help balance it, and then had the lower cost we had in the public safety fund. And so you can see that that was an additional headwind in terms of what we were trying to do to balance the budget. One of the things that we did consider was actually we're taking the same conservative approach in budgeting, we're just doing it slightly different. And so instead of eliminating positions because of the uncertainty in the market, we are going to hold some positions in the public safety fund, and we'll be working with them in terms of when and if they can open those positions versus cutting it as we kind of look at trying to balance the budget. So still taking the same conservative approach as we look at the budget generally, but we're going to operationalize it in a different way. And then we have a lot of one-time expenses, and those are requested for 1 year only or term positions where we're very focused on testing concepts or identifying that we don't need positions in perpetuity. So the 2026 budget includes 12 new FTE positions. Oh, let me back up on this one. We did on level 2 expenses, we did have to fund some job audits, and so that's a little bit of a nuance, and I talked about this. So a job audit is where we look at somebody's position and we're evaluating what it has in their job description, what are they doing, and are we actually comparing them to the right benchmark. A lot of people say, well, that's a level 1 expense. In our system, it doesn't fall into level 1, it falls into level 2. So you will see additional expenses in the level 2 category, but those are job audits where people are already doing the work. That's really the only thing in addition to level 1 that we funded. You can see when we talked about not funding any expanded level services in the general fund, and I'm going to qualify this in IT services. We are adding 12 new FTE positions, and you can see that they're all sitting in other enterprise funds, not in the general fund. The IT services, that is a new fund that we're creating, and so we have 4 FTE, 1 ongoing, 3 fixed term in that category. And so one of the things that we've seen within our budget process, and I think it's been an item that has sort of been the bane of our existence, trying to figure out how we fund things, is how we look at information technology and how we approach it as an organization. And so over the last 13 years, we've been really focused on trying to move to enterprise-wide systems and move away from department-specific systems, because what we were finding is there are duplications that occur in that world. We also have, that also creates more work for our ETS department because they're having to manage more systems, and then when we try to look at interconnecting systems, it becomes a greater problem. So we're losing some efficiency and effectiveness. So this year we're actually creating an IT information technology fund, where we're starting the process of pushing our information technology expenses into one account and then costing those out across the organization. This is really going to focus on our Salesforce implementation initially, but what we're trying to do is create a process where people are working with each other across the organization to really maximize how we fund IT and really get everyone to work collectively in that process. And this is going to be ongoing work that we're going to have to undertake over the next probably 2 budget cycles as we continue to refine this looking forward. This is a snippet.
Harold, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Can you go back to that last slide? I want to see if I'm counting this correctly. You said 12 new FTE positions. When you say electric, does that mean 3 are going to be part-time?
One's a fixed term position, and then they have the other crew that we talked about in the rate structure that's going to be focused on capital improvements in that. So there are 3 full-time positions and 1 fixed term position.
Oh, okay. I wasn't counting it correctly. Thank you.
Again, a high-level look at capital improvements. When we go over the schedule, you'll see where we're going to really dig into this. But you know, one of the things that we've heard continually is how are we investing funds in our streets? So you can see 38 million in transportation. A significant part of that is street reconstruction and traffic improvements and multimodal, and Vision Zero is going to be included in that. What you're going to see in all of these categories is really focus on rehab and maintenance in terms of what we have to take care of. Again, when we talk about core services, one of the things we have to focus on is not letting our infrastructure get out from under us. And so you're seeing a lot of rehab and rehabilitation in this process. The one thing I will point out is that you may know that the Downtown Development Authority purchased 600 Main Street, and they're working on a project in that location, so you can see $820,000 allocated for that. Financial policies and fund balance, and so again, this ties into the balanced budget piece. So our general fund reserve is at 20.6% in the proposed budget. Our goal is to be 17% and 22%, and that includes all of our reserves that we have within the general fund. I want to spend some time on that a little bit. One of the reasons that we've had some luxury compared to other cities and not having to pull the trigger on some of these issues related to sales and use taxes, because we did create a stabilization reserve, about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. We actually created the stabilization reserve for us to kind of weather these economic storms, because when you look at Tabor and you look at the Tabor Reserve and you look at emergency reserves, it's hard to utilize them. I think if you take your emergency reserve, you have to pay it back by the end of the year, which is a requirement that is kind of, you can't operationalize it. It's impossible to operationalize it. And so we created the stabilization reserve to give us some flexibility. You know, the one thing I will say when we look at all of our reserves, you know, we've gone through some fairly significant issues in the 13 years that I've been here. We've gone through a flood. We've gone through COVID. We've had some economic downturns. We've actually never really had to hit our reserves. This is actually the first time where we're projected to use it. And we're doing it to really balance the system, because I think in our minds, this is going to turn around. We just don't know when. And what you'll see in the budget is, while we're projecting to use some of the reserve in 25, we're actually rebuilding the reserve as part of our budget proposal. Once again, it is balanced. We do have enterprise fund cost recovery. Rates are aligned with our operational requirements. Again, capital replacement, really taking a systemic infrastructure renewal perspective on this. I am going to talk about compensation. So compensation is something that we're going to send an email out to staff tomorrow. This year it's a little bit different. So historically, we have been chasing market. Every year we're chasing market. This is the first year where we've actually seen ourselves catch market, and that's a good thing and that's a bad thing. So we have a number of our folks that are behind market, which we did have increases designed to catch those people up that are behind market. We have probably the largest number that I've seen of people that are ahead of market. And so you're asking, why is that happening? There has been a lot of market uncertainty in terms of what other cities were doing. And so for perspective, over the last 2 budget years, when we looked at what we thought was going to be the range movement, one year it was 6.25%, and the other year it was 4%. And so we had over 10% range movement. We got it right on some positions. We got it wrong on some positions. I talked about the public safety department. We've gotten it wrong there too, and it's just the markets and how they're moving. So as we looked at this budget and we're trying to figure out how we approach it today, this is one of the areas where if some of these projects hit, we're probably going to talk to you all about needing to adjust this category, but we're not sure. What we're really hearing in terms of a market perspective is that a lot of cities right now are uncertain in terms of what they're going to do. And obviously that's because of the financial situation we're all in. So our proposal in this budget, if you remember, we were at 101 at one point, and when the budget got bad, we had to move down to 100 to balance the budget with a market adjustment. So in this case, we're making a recommendation to pay at 101%. Based on what we're hearing at this point from a market perspective, we're not seeing range movements. But we're going to pay attention to this. One of the things that we spent some time working on is incremental development review. And so this is, again, an area of funding that's pretty volatile. And Teresa and I spent some time digging through the numbers. Teresa's done a really good job of actually building some charts that are allowing us to see patterns and movement and moving really more into forecasting. And so when we started digging into this, they set a threshold of 200 units. And any revenue that's generated from building permits beyond 200 units actually goes into what we call incremental development revenue. And that was basically as a result of the 2008 time when we saw it dip below, and that created some major headwinds from a revenue perspective. We look back over the time period, and one of the recommendations that we're going to be making to you all is moving that to 300 dwelling units based on what we're seeing. We're actually seeing some changes in the market. So the 200 was based on traditional suburban style development of single family homes. we're actually seeing a lot of townhomes and duplexes and quadplexes being built. So we think that's adjusting the number in what we're seeing. So we feel comfortable in making that recommendation. We're actually really happy about the last bullet point. COVID really was fairly disastrous to our recreation budget. And so you all know our recreation department has an 80% cost recovery requirement. So when we think about what other cities do and you look, if you had to make cuts, well, if you made a cut to recreation and you saved $1, you're only getting 20 cents from the cut, because 80 cents of that dollar they actually have to generate through cost recovery. They were hit pretty hard in COVID, and it's taken them some time to build up. We also saw some things in our system that didn't make sense. And so, for example, from a wellness perspective, we give people rec passes because we know if people exercise, that has a positive benefit on our insurance fund because it decreases claims. We actually have historically been putting that on the back of the rec center. And so they were essentially eating the cost of the rec passes instead of putting it to the health fund. So we made the decision to actually, that's really truly an expense of the health fund. So we made that shift in there. I talked about their proposal for increasing another day camp. So when they open up their day camp, it fills up in less than a day or a day. So they built a proposal to add another summer day camp program, which added additional revenue. And so they went actually over 80%. So you will see some increases in the recreation fund because we have to keep that revenue within the fund that they generate. So the good news is this is the first year since COVID that we've actually been over 80% cost recovery, where they've met that in the proposed budget. I see a light.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Harold, we've talked about this a little bit as just counsel with you in the past. And I'm just curious if you can speak a little bit more to the value of paying at 100% or 101% of market for our staff compensation, and kind of how that relates to what we're also seeing across other cities and counties in the region.
So there's a few things we were doing in terms of staff and compensation. Is when you're a lean organization, you really have to work to get the highest quality member of the organization, because you move fast and you're really digging in, and you need people that are highly efficient and effective and can produce high quality work. We're in competition with every city around us, and that is a big piece of the puzzle. We went through a time where people were recruiting from our organization left and right. We had a significant challenge with engineers at one point. I mean, we just see it routinely. I don't say this lightly, but I think if you look at the quality of work that they're producing, think about what we're seeing in our housing market, they're cherry picking people from our staff. And so paying at 101, ultimately at 102, having market adjustments, having exceptional pay is a critical piece of that concept.
From like a retention and continuity standpoint.
Retention. Yeah. And then you also have recruitment in that, because you also have natural attrition through retirements. And we've gone through a lot of that recently, and we're seeing this cycle of employees that started roughly at the same time. It's even more important when you're losing organizational knowledge, and you need people that can come in and pick it up very quickly. So there's a lot of pressures. It's not just compensation. It is also what we look at generally when we're talking about our overall total comp approach. And that includes our insurance benefits, flexible work environment, and those types of things, because those are still playing in. So we actually take a holistic look at comp and benefits in terms of retaining folks. Our most valuable asset is our people. If you look at the general fund, 75% of it's people. 75% of the work that we do in the general fund is done by people. They're our most important asset on a daily basis. And so we really are focusing in on that. It's also about culture. Culture is a big part of it. And so I don't want to diminish compensation. It's a big part of it. But you can't ignore all of these other things, because any one of those things, and we've all seen organizations where it doesn't take much for folks to start looking for other opportunities. So implementation timeline, obviously tonight we're giving you the summary. We're going to start moving through in September in our detailed budgets, public hearing, and budget implementation. This is really giving you a sense of what we're going to go through. So next week, we're really going to focus on the general fund and the public safety fund, because that gave us, that was most of our problems in this budget. Touch on employee compensation. And then we're going to spend some time on unfunded needs, because I think we all hear about things, we're not doing, things that we could do better. It's not lost on us. And in some of those answers, I'm not the person that always goes, we need more, because that's not necessarily always the answer. But I think we are seeing some challenges where we do need to really help in some of our staffing levels, just because it's so dependent on people. When we can, we're really looking at technology to help us improve this. So one adjustment that we made in this budget cycle, obviously last night at the minimum wage conversation, we heard about permitting and processes and how we're connecting. Correct. One of the things that we did find some money, and I think we may have taken some of my contingency for it, was actually to fund a program called Open Counter. And so Open Counter is really going to automate how we handle our fees for building services, so that we can give people more accurate fee estimates. We have some automation associated with that, reduces the likelihood of errors. But then what we're inherently doing is we're creating people capacity within our people, so that instead of saying we need 3 people down the road, we may go, hey, we've gained enough capacity, maybe we only need 1. So efficiencies in technology are an important part of what we're trying to do, because we're trying to balance these issues out, and it really becomes a force multiplier for us. You can see on the schedule the 9th and the 23rd, those are relatively light budget nights, and that's because those are regular council meetings. And so we're trying to be cognizant of that. So the 2nd and the 16th are pretty heavy. Council did specifically request a detailed conversation on the airport fund in a budget summary. You can see that is on September 23rd. If there's anything else in particular that council would like to discuss in this, we'll be touching base after every one of our presentations to say, what else do you want to know? What are you looking for in this?
So on the transportation funding, do we have any dollars in that funding for sealing roads, fixing cracks, potholes? Because I think we're doing great, but
well, we
the
can do more.
residents don't. Yeah,
we can do more, and I think we've been increasing that amount annually. And that street reconstruction, is Jim back there? Becky, do you know how much we have in it this year? In the street reconstruction? Oh yeah, Sarah can look it up. I think we were closer to 10 million. Once again, inflation starts playing a role in this. And this is why we're increasing it, because when you look at it, when asphalt starts going up, when rock starts going up, concrete starts going up, in many cases that increase is actually increasing faster than the sales and use tax that's coming into that fund. And so that's where we're having to really balance those expenses. But yes, that is a major focus of ours. One of the things that I think is important in this is in all of these funds, and it's not lost on us, we did have to, as part of the 2013 flood, really hit these funds for the match to leverage the in excess of $130 million in federal funds because they had match requirements and then we had recovery requirements. And so when I said we didn't have to touch fund balances, it's because we were working within the fund structure to leverage those dollars. But it did create a bit of a headwind, so now we're having to catch up.
Do we need to put any more money into the RSVP, or is that fully funded?
I think right now there's some grants that we're looking at through the state where we have our match built in.
Okay.
But that is something that, you know, we're always going to have to look, because again, if you remember the reach that we're working on now at Isaac Walton, we had to come in and actually put more money in because the cost of the project went up. And so those are things that we're always managing real time based on the bids.
Okay, and I don't know if this is part of the budget process or just a conversation, but again, at the minimum wage? What?
Need to move that the meeting
Oh.
is extended past 11.
Thank you. Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Rodriguez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo, fearing that we move the meeting past 11 o'clock. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? It moved. It moved. So, what was I saying?
RSVP, and then you went to something else.
Oh, minimum wage.
The minimum wage, I was going to say, is there anything, and this may not be in the budget, that we can do for incentives for small businesses going forward? Is there any set-asides for that? Nothing. Okay. Now I know.
So a couple of things that we did in this based on, you know, so we maintained the funding that council has historically had for affordable and attainable housing. You remember we had to pull back on the ongoing funding last year, and so we still kept that in one-time funding. And so, I mean, that is something that we have to really work on council. Now, what I can say is, again, some of the projects that are right in front of us, there may be some opportunities. I just can't tell. Right now, I'm saying based on the numbers we have, this is a tight budget. The one thing I also wanted to say to you all is that when we look at expenses and headwinds, I have different presentations that I'm working off of. Unfunded community needs and community expectations is something that's continuing to come at us. And obviously we're seeing the revenue picture on this. The thing that's got us really concerned is unfunded state mandates. As we know, just like us, the state legislature is in special session, and you heard about it last night where they're making adjustments similar to the marijuana tax. I mean, we lost 7% in that, and that was all what the state was forwarding to local entities. And so we're going to be really mindful in terms of not only what the revenue cuts are that are coming from the state, but what unfunded mandates are we going to get. Think about, and this is a great program, so I'm not saying it, but when they increase the requirements on our victim advocate program, when they do that, we don't have a choice about whether or not we fund it. We have to fund it because that's a requirement, and so those creates additional, things like that create additional challenges. Typically in most states, when they start having budget issues, you start seeing the unfunded mandates moving down because they're trying to manage their budget as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question here. Harold, given some of the discussion earlier tonight on the airport, would it be, and some other questions that a few of us continue to get regularly about infrastructure, services, concerns for the airport, would it be possible, would it be a reasonable expectation for those who need to prepare for these types of meetings to swap like the airport fund summary with one of the ones on September 9th? So we're still preserving the general intent of flow and structure, but maybe we do transportation and airport together or something and swap LDDA over there. I don't know what the expectation there is, so I'm just asking since this is the first time I'm going through this.
So one of the reasons that I kind of put the airport fund off on its own is because I was also anticipating that may change public invited to be heard in terms of the volume of people that we may have. And that's something for you all to consider. We can shift LDDA in the airport fund. I will tell you, one-time expenses and transportation will take a fair amount of time. But we could put airport, if it's council's desire, we could put airport fund and flip LDDA in that.
Are you prepared to do that? There's a lot of work.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, I mean, here's what I would say is whether it's on the 23rd or the 9th, I mean, the budget, it's all going to come together at the same point in October.
True.
So I was just trying to maximize time where we can spend the bulk of the time on the airport, and because we typically don't spend a lot of time on financial policies.
But now
So
we have the variance on the 23rd.
Well, and then you have the sit lies, so I may, yeah, I mean, let us talk about time,
Okay,
but we did load up the 23rd tonight,
we did.
so.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, one thought that I had, and I'm not one for normally, reducing public invited to be heard, but some communities, what they do is they give people 3 minutes to talk, but they limit the time frame to 1 hour, so that those that get in that 1 hour, so we can, particularly during budget hours. And I don't know if that's something that we would entertain, but it's something to consider.
That is a question for you.
Yeah, it is our call. If we did consider that, we'd have to do it at the next meeting and put that out so I'll talk to Eugene about it and see what he thinks. Other than that, that's that answer.
Is there anything outside of the conversation on the airport that you're not seeing on this list that you would like us to spend time on or you have questions about?
Just so we don't have executive sessions on these. Because it's, yeah.
You do, you have the judge's evaluation on the 2nd.
Okay. Counselor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor.
We didn't answer your question, did we?
Yeah, we didn't yet, but I do want to comment that I was very excited to see wayfinding funded this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, counselors, is there anything else that you want on this, or is there something that we can adjust, especially on the 23rd? Those 2 meetings that we added tonight, can we make them short meetings since we've already discussed them? The variance, and we don't need the presentation. We can each give our preferences and then make a motion and just do it. We don't need to have a 45 1-hour meeting on that. What was the other one?
The sit and lie.
The sit and lie. Yeah, the right-of-way conversations. So think about it, and we can move that through pretty fast.
The other thing, I know council had the 30th, and I honestly can't remember why we held, there was something on the 30th that said, well, if we need it, we'll use it, but if we don't need it, we won't. We have a little bit of flexibility, but we're trying to also be cognizant of council's time during this month, because what we have learned is these are long meetings, and if we can give you all a break before we head into the October sessions, it does give you some time to think through some issues. And so we have some flexibility on the 30th, just so you know.
Which one of these dates is going to be the Lura meeting on September? Do you know?
I don't think it's not a council meeting date. It's on it's like on a Monday or something.
Oh, okay.
So the Lura board, of which you all are part of, gave us direction that said we don't necessarily need to look at meeting dates on council meeting dates to kind of avoid some of the challenges we've had. And so it's
Okay,
it's
I
not
wasn't
on
at that meeting, so, okay. All right,
Is there anything in particular?
last chance.
All right, so think about it. When we come in and we present on next week, we'll ask you the same question.
Okay. Thank you very,
Thank you.
very much. I need a motion. Oh, well, no, Mayor. Oh, last call, public invited to be heard. I don't see anything. Not seeing anyone, I will close a final call, public invited to be heard, and ask for city manager comments? No comments. Okay. Mayor, council comments? Really?
I got three things. First, just wanted to thank our staff for sticking around tonight, and for the other late nights that it's been recently, including the LPC staff who stuck around and I think are now gone, but who stuck around for the proposal or the scenario discussion that we moved through extremely quickly. So thank you. Also wanted to thank Sandy for facilitating and planning the fishbowl on the minimum wage last night. I think we all kind of left in a bunch, but if the public is watching and didn't watch or didn't attend last night and was curious, that was recorded and will be up if it isn't already. And that was a really thoughtful discussion on the minimum wage. I know I learned something last night, and hopefully others did too. And then lastly, I just want to make a brief comment on the variance discussion that we had, without talking about the substance there. Just from a process standpoint, I intentionally waited, council members, to propose my amendment until I'd heard from all council members who wanted to speak, because I thought that was kind of generally the process. So I was a little confused when two of us spoke up and opposed the variance altogether. I didn't get that sense from people. So, I mean, that would have been really helpful to know sooner, because I was trying to consider what condition was going to be the most productive to offer. And that informed my line of questioning too. So just sharing, because I was trying to meet the spirit of both the concerns of what I had heard and what I have heard from others, with a pragmatic solution that allowed us to also advance support of senior housing, which is something that I think I've heard from this council unanimously repeatedly state that we need more of. So I was trying to follow the process that we've been shaping this year, at least from the part that I've been a part of. And so apologies if I did something that wasn't as productive, and I'd welcome suggestions as to how we can move that forward productively in the future.
Let's talk. Can I have a motion to adjourn? What?
So moved.
City attorney, do you have any remarks?
I actually do have a remark.
You do, okay.
I will defer to the city manager. No remarks.
Okay.
What I did want to say is it was a bit of fortuitous that the business leader conversation had us push the ordinance in question that we talked about tonight, because literally yesterday we were informed of some changes from CDOT that is also potentially changing the conversation.
Yes.
And so they're already taking a slightly different approach. We don't know enough about it. We're trying to learn. So that will be actually additional information we're going to be bringing forward that we literally found out about yesterday. So it is fortuitous that we did do that.
Okay, great. We did something right. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All right. It's been moved by Councilor Popkins, seconded by Councilor Chris to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? We are adjourned. Good night.